Howdy, everyone. I'm Cool Cereal, and alongside me is not so cool Marby. Why am I wearing sunglasses, you ask? I have absolutely no idea. I thought it'd be funny. I don't know if it came across that way. Either way, we are getting ready to jump on into our first series.
That was it! What?
Sorry, Marby, did you expect something that made sense from me?
Look, I don't know. You come in, you put on your sunglasses, get a whole ass skewer instead of a toothpick.
Okay,
I'm Cool Cereal. There.
Okay, so
That's not okay.
So, in my defense, I tried to get some toothpicks, but it turns out we had no toothpicks left. Like, Marby, even for you, we used to have these toothpicks that had like little flags on them, and one of them was an Australian flag, so I wanted to have like the Australian flag dangling, but
Fun
there weren't
fact,
any
you can
left.
snap the skewer.
That's what my mum suggested, but now we still got a perfectly good skewer that definitely has not been in my mouth. So, anyway, enough about why I look so cool with aviators and a big ass skewer in my mouth, and more about the VCS because Saigon Buffalo are facing against Genius Esports in our first series of the day. And Marvy, these are two teams that are struggling, currently tied in 6th place in the standings.
Yeah, both these teams have had a rough start of it, but facing pretty much all the top teams. Genius were able to find that one against Wales, and Buffalo were able to take their scalp against GAM. But overall, they've had a really rough start. Again, 1-3 each, both at 4-6 in terms of games. So they're not going down without fighting, but they are not getting the wins on the board. And well, that was perhaps somewhat expected of Genius, sort of predicted to be towards the back end. Definitely not the case for Buffalo, and we need to see them really step up and return to that form that took them to MSI.
So I feel like an accurate way to put it, to kind of continue what you were saying, is both teams aren't going down without a fight, but they're both losing their respective fights. Now, Genius, we have seen some positives from them. They did beat Team Wales, which was a very good look for them. I think it was a 2-0 win as well against Team Wales. Kind of came out of the blue. But then we saw that series against GAM where we were just wondering, okay, do you still remember how to play League? Because I remember it was just BOB on the pike and just not landing any bone skewers, and the team just not knowing how to play with that one condition no longer being satisfied.
Yeah, they tried something different for the GAM series, which felt really weird because it's not like GAM is that team where you have to throw the absolute curveball to take them down at the moment. So they tried something different. It didn't work. They couldn't execute on it properly, and it all fell apart. But again, yeah, they have shown decent prowess in terms of their players. Their players look good, and that is what has won them against Wales. We saw even in that mess of a series against GAM, Slater was still pouring his heart out, trying his damnedest to get them across the line, but it wasn't enough. So, yeah, there's definitely things in there that can work. Yijin still seems to be very good at reading the enemy jungler and operating on the other side of the map, cross-mapping, going for objectives, but if they don't really have a solid game plan and a very solid engage strategy, they tend to fall apart.
And let's talk a little bit about Slater, because Slater has been performing very well for Genius, but there's also that little extra that I want to talk about, which is, let's not forget, Slater, former player from... Wait.
We were talking about Slater.
No. Yeah, Slater, hang on, okay. I think I've got my notes mixed up. Slater was on Saigon Buffalo before, right?
No.
Or am I getting him mixed up with Arietti? Okay, it's Arietti that I'm getting him mixed up with. Never mind, ignore my point. We'll just go back to talking about Slater has been very good. We saw him on Team Flash in the previous split, where he was able to practically single-handedly, alongside Arte to be fair, win games for Flash. And here on Genius, trying to do that same thing. We talked a little bit before about the likes of Coaches and Blazers, how they have had off splits on Luxury in spring. They do look to be playing a little better here in summer, but they haven't quite made that step back to how they were performing in winter 2021.
They're still lacking that pizzazz. The league has sort of leveled up around them. They're sitting pretty comfortable towards the middle of the pack, better than some of the others. Not as good as as like players on SBTC or Team Secret, but they're doing solid. They're fine. They're not really getting absolutely wrecked within their lanes. We had some stats to work with. Blazers is fairly he's not really a big standout, getting not a particularly high KDA, but he is a bit of a weakness in the losses, getting 25 deaths across those 6 games, and it's just so it's going to be something he needs to work on, and an even more extreme version of that is basically his opponent. So mid difference is going to be so important within the series.
So let's talk a little bit about predictions before we start breaking down Saigon Buffalo. Where do you currently say, who do you think is winning this series?
I think overall, Buffalo has played their games a lot better. They haven't had any real disasters of games out on a fundamental level. They've had games where they've gotten blown out for sure, but not any absolute messes where it's like, this is borderline unwatchable like Genius. So I think the edge will go to them, but Genius have played some clean games and they're not necessarily out of it. So perhaps a 2-1 for Buffalo.
2-1 for Buffalo. That's very odd, Marby, because that's also what I have predicted for this series as well. So we're both on the same page. Maybe good signs to come. Let's then talk about Saigon Buffalo, because Saigon Buffalo were, of course, our MSI hopefuls. We are heading into picks and bans. Kalista and Wukong already banned away, but Saigon Buffalo, we had a lot of hope for them in the MSI. They delivered on that. They got that top 6. But here in summer, do you think they're playing better than what we saw from MSI, or do you think everyone else has just leveled up as well?
A little bit everyone leveling up. SGB playing a little bit worse, having to take the time to adapt. Of course, MSI means you are scrimming on an old patch for longer. You haven't had as much time to fully adjust to the durability changes. That should be worked out. The kinks should be worked out by now, so I imagine this week, next week, we should start to see them really take over and go back to form, unless something has fundamentally fallen apart within the team. I don't think it has. I think they're just a little bit behind on the play, so I'm expecting to see week 3 onwards a bit more of classic Buffalo, and I think we're going to have to start to see where that's going. I imagine starting with bot lane picks is probably the way to go. The Jinx first pick is a little bit bold, but hey, look, Slater's been your big superstar for GA. Get him whatever the hell he asks for and play Raise the Puppy for sure.
And you were asking yesterday, Marby, I remember it. Jinx Aphelios in the bottom lane. We've had 3 ADCs. Well, you were expecting it, I feel, and that feels like as much of a request for it as one can get. Either way, Aphelios not locked in just yet. Instead, it's going to be Froggy on this Taliyah. We know Froggy does like to roam, even if he doesn't like to CS as much, and Taliyah kind of fits into his champion pool rather well.
Yeah, I wonder if Buffalo have been sort of paying attention to what like LCK is doing. Taliyah in that league is very much a flex pick. It's not as much in the in like the LPL and some other regions, but LCK has been leaning towards a bit of Taliyah jungle, and having that flex option open will provide a lot for SGB in the draft going forward. However, they have just straight up given the best support to the side of GE, and sure, they're probably going for that Center Time Ken jungle, but don't know if it's worth it to give up Jinx Renata.
Well, Blazes, also not Blazes, Coated will have his gangplank locked in. Saigon Buffalo maybe won't be going towards that center, maybe still looking towards the Aphelios with that Tahm Kench to provide a bit of peel. And we were talking yesterday when we saw the likes of the Jinx and Diego locked in, and we were talking about how important it is to get resets. The Tahm Kench can deny those resets very effectively with the Devour.
Yeah, it definitely can stop Jinx pop getting that first kill to start the pop-off, but I feel that's less effective against like Jinx resets as it is to a Viego reset, where Viego relies a lot on that burst to get it down, where Jinx is still going to put out a lot of damage regardless of that passive getting the resets going. I just feel it's a bit of a loss going for that time Genjin just giving up something as strong as the Renata, but gonna have to see where they're going from there. GE want to actually target the junglers, expecting perhaps that Talia to go mid lane. However, they don't have first priority on the jungle, so they're just getting rid of ones they definitely don't want BJ to have on that volley bear. So I would imagine perhaps remove a top laner or something to get off. No, okay. BJ just gets pick of the litter.
The weird thing is, BJ has yet to play Volibear this split, considering how strong the Volibear is. Instead, opts towards the Trundle. We have seen BJ on that Trundle once before in the split. It was a win for Saigon Buffalo as well. But this does mean that it is Harsmed who will be getting counterpick in the top lane. And we know Harsmed has some pretty cool picks that he can pull out. Against the Gangplank, instead, they're not going to take the jungle just yet.
You know the matchup. It's going to be Gwen versus Gangplank. That's not the best. Plus, of course, you still leave that flex option open for the Well, honestly, I think Gwen can still jungle, so technically you've got a lot of flex options open. But as it is right now, you're probably looking for a AD jungler to round out that damage profile, top jungle mid. GE can go for whatever they want. Really, Ahri is going to be for Blazers, going to feel happy there. Then this is going to be a little bit interesting for... Yeah, there's just so many junglers available out of the regular crop. Lee Sin, Wukong, Viego, that...
Wukong gets banned.
I wouldn't Oh, Wukong is banned, I missed that one. So yeah, Lee Sin, Viego is just gonna probably be the trade, and unless BJ is willing to pull out something a little bit spicier. That is a little bit spicier, but yeah, overall, rounds out the composition pretty well against those last two picks, but almost that Trundle might have been better to knock down the big main damage targets, which are the Gangplank and the Jinx, because Poppy can only do so much and relies a lot on mispositioning to get those heroic charges into the walls, and yeah, I like it as a counter to mid jungle, but it's mediocre across the rest of the fight.
Well, as you mentioned, it is a very solid counter into the Lee Sin and Ahri, but maybe it also provides some extra defenses towards the later stages of the game, because if you can get up the steadfast presence, you stop a lot of that engage potential from the Lee Sin trying to be able to get onto the Aphelios in those team fights.
Yeah, it does provide that sort of backline protection, but alongside this Tahm Kench, your picks are a little bit wonky. I suppose you could always set up the build a wall with Talia and push them into it with Poppy. That's an option for a few more interesting pick opportunities, but overall, Buffalo don't have the best pick tools, don't have the best engage, so might find team fights a little bit harder to approach as the game goes on, but we'll probably just end up trying to rely on laning prowess and map movement from this mid jungle duo to try and outdo what Genius can do. Don't know if they can pull it off, because Lee Sin Ahri is pretty potent in itself, and I think Genius have come away with the better draft all around the longer I look at it.
Okay, well, Genius with the better draft then, according to Marby. We'll be heading into game shortly, game one between Genius Esports and Saigon Buffalo. Both teams currently tied in 6th place in the standings with just one series win apiece. And, well, one of them will be doubling their current tally of series wins at the end of this game, as we get our lovely cinematic to head into game. Marby, you think Genius are going to take this? What is the win condition, do you think, then, for Saigon Buffalo to be able to take game one?
Saigon Buffalo have to try and bait in very good fights extremely well. They need to, I think if they can grab vision priority and B2 positions first and try and get GE to fight in towards them, it works out a little bit better, because they have very good peel and disengage and kite back and all these things. So they just need to stop GE from trying to pick them off and get that burst down before things happen, because It's not like GE has a strong engage either. They don't have like an Ornn or a Nautilus or something along those lines to get a big long-range engage started for everyone to follow up on. They're really relying on a pick to get things started, and they have the tools for it, but perhaps a Poppy or a Tahm Kench can dissuade those options and really set them back and force that long extended kite back team fight, which SGB should excel in.
Well, we have no early game shenanigans to start us off, just both junglers starting on the bottom side of their maps, which means we might be seeing BJ and Yijin contesting one another for that Scuttle Crab in the top river once we get to 3.5 minutes into the game.
So starting off with a leash, and it'll start off a little bit faster for the side of BJ. The blue side just takes a lot less time to clear overall than the red, and that means should be in sort of position first and can maybe try and punish Coated, who will have full priority in this lane level 1 unless he makes a major mistake. But between the Q spam and the passive, just should be able to chunk out Hasmed extremely quickly, and have a lot of that shove in priority early level 2 for sure, and get those barrels and that wave clear going, and Gwen cannot match it. So early roams from Froggy can, of course, to assist BJ, so may want to play it safe if it's Coated, because he is going to be a little bit behind on jungle priority and even mid lane priority, so at risk of a gank if he overextends.
Well, Shogun and Taki have priority in the bottom side of the map, as you mentioned. Coated with that prior on the top side will make things a little bit easier for Yijin to be able to secure that first Scuttle Crab. Here in Season 12, though, Scuttle Crab not as impactful as we saw in the likes of Season 10, Season 11, where we saw junglers dying over Scuttle Crab because it was giving so much more experience.
Yeah, those first Scuttle Crabs that nerf has come through. It's allowed for a little bit of slower junglers to exist in solo queue because you're not having to throw your life away and aggress for those crabs. But as it is right now, it means it's not necessarily a big prize, and it allows for these junglers to go for a full clear and feel very comfortable and safe. And this is an interesting read by BJ. So Yijin knows he's behind on the clear and expects that the crab is already gone. We saw Froggy hovering topside, so he's read that, alright, this topside crab, it belongs to Buffalo. BJ has called this bluff and run straight to bot side crab and is taking that right now.
Very smart jungling from Saigon Buffalo and from BJ, and now he's going to make his way down and maybe see if he can spot Yijin making his way to this bottom
the Warden
side.
tried disappeared. They don't know he's there. They don't know Yijin's here either. They will now.
Yep, so this is going to be a 3v3. Slater using the cleanser, flashing, but BJ still going to get on top of the Jinx. The bailout will not keep Slater alive. It's a 1-for-1, but the kill on it to BJ comes a little bit too late, and it's Saigon Buffalo who secure themselves first blood.
Yeah, first blood, everything traded onto the jungle, so this will give Yijin a little bit of a bounce back into it. Not necessarily in goal, but in experience, as he's going to end up clearing this wave alongside Shogun. But the real win is Shogun gets his kill, gets to deny away from Slater, and gets to feel very happy about that as he progresses onward. And free reset for BJ, I suppose, gets to bounce straight back out and take his grump, and can continue to hover on this bot side for free.
Meanwhile, Hasmed just taking a positive trade onto Coated. Coated using his parlay on the powder kegs, and Hasmed using those cooldowns in his favor. So here's a replay of how it all kicked off in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and they don't necessarily read Yijin is here, but it's a fantastic abyssal dive, and the Q interrupt onto Yijin as picture-in-picture. There's a risk for Taki, but it's just a lot of fighting in this bot lane. Spring has returned to Felius, Jinx, constant jungle pressure at bot side. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, a lot of action, and that's a dead Hasmed.
A very dead Hasmed. Coated just waiting for the parlay to come off cooldown, and now level 6 on that gangplank, which is going to make bot lane plays a lot more difficult for Saigon Buffalo when you can use that cross-map cannon barrage.
But now, can't quite be as aggressive, but BJ has picked up a level advantage along the way. That's top lane Scuttle Crab still remains untaken. all the focus has been bot side. They want the spot lane. They want to possibly pick up this dragon. Buffs haven't come on through quite yet, so it's still not the biggest prize in the world, but grabbing it at 6 minutes is fantastic no matter what. And now Eugene he's realized, I don't really have control on the spot side anymore. I'm just going to go top side. And as we look at this, just, yeah, so much damage. The W is not enough with the extra sass. That trial by fire passive, just dealing true damage. You don't get those resistances. You just feel a little bit flat as this Gwen. And counterpick, it's not really doing a whole lot for SGB right now.
Well, we saw a couple of those slightly weirder counterpicks. I think we saw yesterday the Gwen being picked into the Gnar, which is not something that we expected. However, in that particular series, the Gwen did work out rather well. I believe it was for Hero, if I'm not mistaken. But sadly, that's not the case for Harsmed right now, as Coated is rather enjoying this lane matchup.
Feeling real comfortable right now. Not the biggest lead in terms of CS, but he controls the wave exactly how he wants. Right now he wants to keep it pulled and frozen as best as he can. So gonna keep that there, gonna keep safe. This might leave Eugen a little bit to the dogs, though. He is Lee Sin and very slippery, so will get away, but there was ample opportunity to collapse on him because he was going for a one-man mission towards Krugs, and that is not necessarily the best idea against a Poppy and an easily roamable Talia.
Now, I want to pick your brain somewhat here, Marby. Phase Rush on Poppy, what do you think? Because I would have expected to see a Predator Poppy.
So, in terms of, if you're going to play aggressive and go for the jungle trades, hold that thought. Froggy
Good
should
cleanse
be
from
fine
Froggy.
with the cleanse. Yep. It's alright. It lets you sort of rush in, slam someone against a wall, Q auto, and then you run away with the phase rush all super quick and fancy feet. And it's all, and it makes your invades a lot safer and lets you do things not necessarily things like this, but it makes you feel a lot safer, lets you get quick short trades, and it works out pretty well for your dueling power. But yeah, I feel it's your ganks are a little bit weakened. You're not necessarily doing the best, as that's aggressive from Taki.
Very aggressive from Taki. Keeper's Verdict being channeled by BeanJ, but he does let it time out, which means it'll be on a much shorter cooldown than if he had actually used it. But Slayer is really getting bullied in this matchup, and Shogun utilizing the range of the green gun, and now Coated getting engaged on by Harsmed, who should be able to pick up the solo kill. Cannon Barrage, along with a tower shot, is enough for Coated to pull the kill back.
Yeah, it's a trade back, so it's not going that badly. It's going to be a pretty big wave denied. No teleport. Cannon Barrage used purely for that damage, not able to trim the wave with it while he goes down, and so no pressure on the top side. They tracked Leash. They know that where he was, and oh well, there he is. Eugen is what I meant, not Leash. I don't know why I said that. Wrong team entirely. But yeah, Poppycopter says nope. Eugen goes away. Rift Herald goes to SGB.
Honestly, after watching yesterday's series with Hyo and Penguin having slight off days in the jungle, BeanJ has been playing very well in the jungle, so it's quite refreshing to see.
We just see Coated ends up eating all the needlework very aggressively, stepping forward, and can't quite get anything done. And the wave is set up nice, so it's an overall win for Harsmed, but you don't really. But that trade back does hurt quite a bit, as it will progress Coated towards his Triforce. That's what it's called. A little bit faster, and this Gangplank is already feeling pretty happy, feeling decently ahead, and I'd love to see the gold difference between the two. It's not going to be much, but I feel like it will be not insignificant.
Also, when we speak about items, we can take a look towards the bottom lane. Shogun and Slayer. Shogun having completed his Gale Force, and Slayer still a bit away from picking up his first item of the game. And I'm sure there'll be boots being completed for Shogun soon as well. A 10 CS advantage for the Aphelios currently.
Yeah, mid lane just playing back and forth. Froggy has not been able to find any of these seismic shoves, but charms have landed pretty well for Blazers, so finding the better end of a couple of these trades, though. So these threaded volleys do a lot of damage if you can land every rock, and so it's just even trading going on in this mid lane, and we sort of hinted before the start that when these mid laners lose, they kind of tend to lose hard, and right now, no one's losing yet, so that means the game is anybody's guess.
Missile dive from Taki. BJ here in the bottom lane. Instant cleanse from the tongue lash slow by Slader. Very clean and enough to keep him alive. But that is one summoner down now for the Genius Esport ADC.
Yeah, it almost seems a little bit preemptive. That's not the best CC, but I guess don't want to give Poppy the opportunity to get anywhere near into range, and Hyojin has found himself in a little bit of a strange situation.
Oh no, he's spotted by a control ward. It's going to be very hard for him to get out. He's got a ward hop, but he's instantly slammed into a wall, and BJ will be able to pick up the freest kill of the game.
He knew Poppy was there, right? Blazers definitely saw Poppy, and he walked over a control ward, so they knew they knew he was there, and he still hops over the wall into prime stun position.
I feel like once Hyojin steps onto the control ward, it's kind of over for him. I think if he just backs in the bush, which he was doing, it's fine. But the second he's spotted by the control ward, I think he's just dead. I think he's just dead.
I think you can make it out if you just run straight across the lane. Maybe you have to contend with the seismic shove and have to duck and dodge out of that. But outside of that, like, here, you see the control ward, just run straight across the lane. You don't go for this for sure, and yeah, just walk straight into a setup where there is no hope for him to get out.
Well, BJ now 2-1 and gets to continue to extend his jungle lead over Hyojin. And Hyojin was one of our 2 players, well, one of our 4 players really returning to the VCS this split alongside Dire 1. We also had Easy Love and Zin making their return into the VCS, all of whom we were relatively hyped for. And wait, did I not say Dia 1?
You said Dia 1, but BOB.
Oh, BOB.
Also a returning player. Yes. Hold that,
that is true. Taki, charmed, goes golden. Only Froggy is here to keep his Toad alive. Hostile takeover. Maybe a bit overkill from Genius Esports, but it will be enough to get themselves another kill.
Froggy can't land that seismic shelf, but while they pick up the Toad, Husband's going to pick up a couple of tower plates, and that pretty much evens out the gold trade. It's completely fine. SGB's pretty much clapping back, playing the cross map very well, and Houseman just needs to be a little bit safe and gonna perhaps try and steal away a red buff, but no, beeline from Hyojin means Houseman's gonna walk just straight to his lane, push that out, probably grab a quick reset, and all in all, everything's feeling alright.
And I want to go back to the previous point I was making about some of our returning veterans of the VCS. I think Dia 1 has made a really, really good return. Hyojin's been a little bit off, though. I mean, Hyojin was playing before I was really commentating on the VCS, so he's a player that yourself, Marby, and the likes of Yulwei and Carrix will be far more familiar with.
Yeah, he was a pretty big superstar on the side of Flash 2020 spring. Then he dropped off and disappeared for a while. Came back on SBTC in their first iteration that completely fell apart. Only Celebrity has remained from that, though Dia 1 has returned. I will concede. And yeah, he's been making his way in. He's been fumbling around VCSB for a little bit. He's finally made his way into the VCS again, and now he's on his team. Pretty much a completely new roster than what he promoted with. Only BOB and Hyojin are returning from that roster. But it's just he needs to really step up if he wants to return to that form. He's always felt a little bit more like that facilitating jungler, and perhaps his lanes aren't quite the best to really give him what he needs to work with, but as of right now, he's just not doing much.
Good handshake onto BJ, but the cannon barrage just shreds through Taki, and it's another kill going over to the side of Genius, and now Genius looking to Shogun. So much damage! Shogun surviving on practically no health whatsoever. The Super Mega Death Rocket almost sniping him down.
Yeah, fantastic picks that removes the bot lane from the fight. BJ as well, quite low. Husman just AFK split pushing on the bot side. There's not much you can do. He didn't have a teleport to get there, but that will be Rift Herald to the side of GE. And it is BOB getting things done a little bit, finding that early pick. Blazes with a great charm as well to really set it off and make sure Taki can't go anywhere. Traps as well. And then just so much damage onto Shogun. Actually predicts the flash with the rocket, but just not quite enough damage under the belt to finish that kill off.
I'm not sure, actually, Marby. Did that rocket hit Shogun, or did it hit Froggy and Shogun was within the damage explosion radius?
I think it did hit BJ, but it was going to hit him anyway. It would have hit him, I think, most likely. So
the funny thing is,
perhaps the slight shortening by hitting BJ wasn't enough to save it. I don't think it was enough units to add anymore, but who knows?
Who knows? Because it was. I would love to see how many health points were left for Shogun at that point. Because if it was 1 or 2, that extra few centimeters that it traveled might have been enough. Kind of crazy when you think about it. Rift Herald, though, dropped in the mid lane from the side of Genius, will get a bit more damage onto that outer tower. Currently, Saigon Buffalo still have all of their outer towers standing.
Yeah, most importantly, they get that priority for the Drake, which will slow down the SGB.
BJ's not slowing down. He's running right into it, and he's going to kick out Yijin, who's running as quick as he can back to the Drake, but he's not going to land the Sonic Wave. BJ steals the Drake away and takes Saigon Buffalo up to Soul Point.
Yijin kicks BJ out, but he gets kicked back further by the Poppycopter, and it's just pure sadness for the side of SGB. They had fantastic positioning, but they let Poppy get in and kick the Lee Sin out, and all the while, Hasmed took a tower on the top side and shoved that wave in, so everything's coming up SGB on just small plays, small lapses of vision from the side of GE that BJ is able to just sneak around and make good use of his Poppy.
I wonder is there a way to outplay the Poppy ult mechanic as Lee Sin? If you land your Sonic Wave beforehand, and as you're getting kicked away, you then use the second portion of your Q to jump to something?
Yes, if you have cleanse. Because a knockback has 2 parts, the displacement and the stun. So you can cleanse the stun and then use a movement ability to relocate yourself. So if you had like a QSS, you land the Sonic Wave beforehand, get knocked back, cleansed, recast Q, maybe that works, but I don't think that's gonna happen for you right now.
I don't really know those interactions. I was just wondering, how could you outplay, try to theory craft some cool interactions that maybe could have worked.
As a Lee Sin, I would simply use my immense mobility and not get hit by the hammer.
Well, that is possible, but if you dodge around, there's still a possibility that BJ predicts it and
it's true.
Still hits you.
But I would simply not get hit forehead.
5-head. Either way, 5-head play from Froggy as he's coming in with the Weaver's Wall, but he is a hit. He is hit by the Frost Taki, though, with the Devour. Will keep him alive. Yijin jumping away. Cannon Barrage used as well. Nobody dies. Saigon Buffalo lose a fair bit of their health bars on a couple of members.
There's almost the pick interaction I was talking about. Unfortunately, slight mistiming, and both BJ and BOB.
That charm doesn't land, but Genius might have the damage nonetheless. Keeper's Verdict will kick Blazes away, but BJ still under pressure from Yijin. Shogun and Taki showing up means that BJ will have enough cover to be able to retreat into the safety of his jungle.
Yeah, SGB playing very well through these 4v5, staying very safe, and that's giving Hasmed all the time in the world to just keep pushing these waves, crashing them into the tower, and slowly chipping away at the defenses of GE. Good seismic shove, not enough to follow up though. And the siege is going very well for SGB. Not able to break that tower down yet, but they've been playing a little bit of a 4v5 the whole time, and it's doing alright. They're doing fine.
After the series that we saw yesterday between Team Secret and AS Esports, I'm so glad we've got this game happening because this is a very good game, I feel, right now. We're talking about 1,500 gold separating the two teams. Saigon Buffalo are ahead in gold. They are down in the kill department, but they are on to Soul Point. I don't know if that Soul really helps many of the members. Maybe it'll help Harsmed a bit of extra movement speed once using the needlework.
It's not necessarily the most helpful in terms of the team fight effectiveness. Only one. I guess Taki, if he gobbles up an ally, can run away with them a little bit faster, and that can help for sure. As the wall cuts off Slater, that should just be the tower though. No engage left to in the tank for SGB not wanting to dive. But yeah, it's not the most for combat, but it does give Harsman a little bit extra to roam around and can play on these side lanes a little bit quicker, rotate into the group faster. Froggy as well. He's already fast to rotate with his passive and that Weaver's Wall. Poppycopter spinning, just to say back away, leave my tower alone.
And right now, I do feel that Saigon Buffalo are playing the split push game a lot better with Harsmed in the side lane versus Coated, which feels weird to me because it is Coated who's got that global ability in the cannon barrage. Oh, are they going to get Taki? Oh, they land the chime. He's going to flash away the kick. No, Mega Death Rocket. It's not enough cannon barrage as well. Okay, I'm going to be honest. Yijin messed that up, and Genius have used way too many of their ultimates right now, but they're going to go for more. They just get obliterated. You can't use 3 of your ultimates on a support and then try to win a fight. It's a double kill for Shogun. Now they're looking for Koti. Koti's not going to get the kill onto Shogun, who's burning down, but will survive. And it is an entire ace for Saigon Buffalo, and they only lost 1 member for it.
They haven't lost 1 member. They have a tank. They have a full health Harsmed to tank up this Baron. They have a lot of lifesteal on Shogun as well. So this is a free Baron for sure. They can even bounce straight off it onto the Cloud Drake and secure that soul if they want to. And that is just a huge swing finally for SGB. And you're right, they use so much onto this Tahm Kench. The kit goes out, they mistime the E alongside it, and they have to commit the cannon barrage to finish off the kill. It would have been better to keep it for the re-engage and just say, look, Taki has to back off anyway, and then just all clumped up for the Infernum ult. The AoE from the Talia as well. It's massive, it's insane, and they just don't have enough to even take down Shogun from the side of Coated in that 1v1. And that's Soul, off screen.
The thing that I don't get is it wasn't Genius who went for that play. It was the Blazers. Blazers deciding, hey, I've got a Spirit Rush. Let me look for some more damage. And then Seismic Shove into 3-man Moonlight Vigil was just enough to destroy everyone on Genius. And now Saigon Buffalo have Soul. They've got an even larger goal lead, sitting at nearly 5k. They've been looking for these picks. I mean, they kind of got the pick, but overestimating their damage output ended up being a bit of an issue for them there.
So now if they play that 4-1 like they've been doing pretty much the entirety of this mid-game, they can really start to cause some damage to the base, as they've decided they don't want to actually escort that wave in and let it do anything, but they're going to move to the spot side, pick this one up free. Harsmed going to control the mid wave and set that up for a nice rotation as well. So they should be able to quickly rotate and pick up a second. No, they're just playing resets right now, which I'm not so sure about. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree, Shogun. I don't think you needed that Dirk. I mean, you definitely don't need that Dirk. I would start selling it at this point. It's not really worth it. And, well, we're just going to move in, play with the waves a little bit more. It's only a minute left, and I don't expect them to be able to crash it one and pick up a tower off of it unless GE completely abandons it. So Baron pretty much secures them a soul and 1 tower, which is a bit of a letdown and their waves, and a little bit of a disappointing wave assignment considering how well they played at the rest of this so far. Which I will be proven wrong as they actually grab that second tower thanks to good Weaver's Wall. And will have the wave to crash into topside. Won't be able to get that one up though, as a bounty has picked up bot side as well, and that's just it's a little bit you know, 2 towers is actually okay. I think overall solid Baron.
Let's not forget as well, you know, silver lining for Genius Esports. You've got an Ari, you've got a Jinx, you've got a Gangplank, you've got a fair amount of wave clear to deal with the siege potential of Saigon Buffalo's composition. Ensure that Weaver's Wall is a bit of a pain and very useful for Saigon Buffalo to be able to zone members of Genius away when they do want to eventually siege onto a tower.
They've only got the 1 tower left outside of the base, and that's going to be probably the focus of GA for a little bit, while they just try and delay the next couple minutes for the next Baron to be on the map. That's probably where they're going to try and maintain the wave shove on the top side, top and mid lane a little bit as well, because mid lane priority is of course highly important. But now they're just coming out with a reset, need to go down, need to secure vision around these objectives. Not a lot of options left for Yijin and Blazers. These are the 2 main opportunists for the side of GE, and Yijin getting a little bit run out. Handshake to stop BJ from cutting it off Yijin, but Weaver's Wall, lots sort of being thrown out, but no one able to quite find anything right now.
That's really key for Genius Esports. They've got Froggy to use his Weaver's Wall, and they've been able to come out of it unscathed, and they just continue to absorb waves, they continue to scale, and once Slater gets to 3 items, he's going to be a real force to be reckoned with as the final inner tower falls in favor of Saigon Buffalo. The Saigon Buffalo still have a lot of towers standing. They've only lost 2 towers this game so far.
One of them fairly recent to give that objective bounty. It's not enough as pushing 6k. Gold lead hasn't exactly blown open. Hasn't blown open too much. It's grown a little bit since the Baron, but only about a k from that team fight, and it's not the end of the world. There is a lot of damage on the side of GE, so if they can actually find the charm, find the kick, they can detonate someone on SGB, especially if they get them far enough away from Taki. But they just can't find the angle. They don't have the vision set up. Being the Poppy and the Tahm Kench can deny a lot of that work. And so SGB feel really safe as long as one of those 2 big tanky members are next to Shogun. He gets to push pretty recklessly.
Slater, though, 3 items going towards the Guardian Angel, or now that Slater has that stopwatch. Anathemas?
Yeah,
where is that Anathemas?
It's on BJ. I imagine it's probably onto Slater, but just
maybe on Blazers as well.
Sure, could be trying to increasing tenacity on the Ari does sound like a good plan, but Slater feels like the big, super scary damage threat, and good Weaver's Wall to block off, and this Baron should be pretty much theirs. No, they don't want to commit anything to get over it.
Super Mega Death Rocket not enough to steal it, but Yijin is! And Yijin steals the Baron away from Saigon Buffalo. He will die for his sins, but can Genius Esports get away with stealing the Baron? They're on the run and only one man will die. Genius steal it away, and Yijin will pay the ultimate price for it, but that is a win for Genius.
How did he get that? Okay, so SGB should be able to turn this straight into an Elder and then just fight their way into the base most likely. Though they don't necessarily have the engage to actually force that. Oh dear, and this BJ is very low. Slater could come and ruin their day very quickly. No Super Mega Death Rocket to swing across the map, but Baron plus bounty, top lane tower plus bounty. Gold is shifting back for GE, back down to 3k. The Elder Drake in play though, so now they can actually start to they can actually try and bully their way in, and no one checks Yijin. Where is BJ? Actually brilliant, just flashes over to deny any opportunity for the Steadfast Presence to not keep them away, and just fantastic, just gets in, outsmites BJ. Eugen coming up clutch.
Unfortunate from BJ. However, to be honest, Saigon Buffalo, they lost the Baron, but they now have an Elder. I don't know if this is an overall win for Saigon Buffalo, or if it's a case Marby that, well, Saigon Buffalo were ahead, they should have got both anyway.
I mean, they definitely should have gotten both. It's a matter of can they actually utilize this this Elder Dragon. They don't, again, we've mentioned it before, they don't have the best engage, so they can't just force that fight and outduel them and buff to buff, so they just have to try and do their best. GE can stall out the Elder very easily with this Baron, and but the waves have been killed. Here comes the fight.
Reaver's Wall catches out Blazes, using the Spirit Rush to get away from Husband, but Husband maybe stepping too far forward. And BJ's just fallen, the hostile takeover, and Shogun kills his own jungler.
Shogun killed his own jungler with the Elder. The Elder proc went off.
Did the Elder proc?
I'm fairly sure. I will have to check the replay, but I'm fairly sure I saw the animation, and
oh my god,
that
I did not realize
denies the whole fight. It's gonna pretty much deny the buff. 30 seconds on Baron. Elder should be falling off around the same time, if not just a smidgen afterwards. And
everyone thought hostile takeover would be broken against a Fed Jinx with Runan's Hurricane or against a Fed KO, but in truth, it's just broken against an Elder. Keep your eyes on BJ here, guys.
Yes, there it is. Just laser beam, just pops him. And then the stopwatch to deny the laser beam.
We've got to play on the play kill already being picked up from Froggy. Blazes is on the run, practically dead. Shogun has now fallen as well. Coated on the run. Reaver's Wall in from Froggy, looking for Blazes, flashing away, lands the unraveled earth and gets the kill onto Blazes. Just Yeetin and Coated left standing, but Coated will be hit by the Abyssal Dive. It is another kill for Saigon Buffalo, and it is only Yeetin left standing.
Only Yeetin left standing. Not really much he can do. This should be the game for SGB. He's even yeeted back to his own nexus. Like, just go stand on Fountain, mate. You've done enough. You've done enough.
For a second, it felt like Genius Esports were getting back into this game. But Saigon Buffalo essentially say, we had one slip up, and then they absolutely wiped Genius in a fight, and then they take the Nexus off the map. Saigon Buffalo take game one.
Yeah, Elder Drake buff did not fall off in time for that second fight, and GE took it. GE got ripped apart, and it's a good smite steal, but it wasn't enough to bring them back into it. The lead was still there for the side of SGB, plus the buff that completely won that final fight. Not bad from the side of Genius, but overall, SGB looked very clean, calm, collected. Just need to work on smiting, I suppose.
It was one smite. No, I mean one
smite too many.
Yeah, true. BJ, yeah.
One smite can lose you a championship.
True, I'm sure it probably has as well somewhere down the line. Either way, we are going to be heading into a short break, and when we return, we'll have game 2 between Genius Esports and Saigon Buffalo. Don't go anywhere.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call.
Hello, cabaret. I love your bling and sway, your bright display. It isn't every day you get to have your way. Cheers and hoorays, here's to a brand new day. A brand new day of running with the wolves who'll never understand the reason for the circumstance. How is this the way the story goes? Most will never comprehend till they're in the very predicament that it's all. Hello, cabaret. You're like a rainy day. I've gotta break away. Well, look now, this is everything I've saved for just such a day. Diamonds and spades. For when you come calling, dancing on my grave, for all my choices made, judging me for how I played. The hand you dealt me stains the blood that flows. Most will never comprehend till they're in the very predicament that it's all. Hello, rainy day. Come wash away my doubts and my convictions. Got me waylaid. Come clean my slate. Don't keep me waiting. Restless and afraid. Of all I once did love but lost, nothing comes without a cost. The wise fool said that's just the way it goes. Most will never comprehend.
Howdy ho, everyone. Welcome back. Saigon Buffalo against Genius Esports. Saigon Buffalo taking game one. And to be honest, Marby, they were in control that entire game. There was one little slip up with a smite at Baron, but even that seemed to fall into the plans of Saigon Buffalo eventually.
Yeah, we saw very good control, very well played around the vision. They slipped a little bit around the Rift Herald in the early game, second Rift Herald. Gave that up, but they bounced back from that fantastically, finding the gaps in the vision for BJ to sneak that third Drake, which meant very quick soul, very quick Elder Spawn. So with that Elder Spawn, that meant when Baron got stolen away, they had that to fall back onto. They picked that up, won the team fight off the buff, and then ran it down and won the game.
A solid performance from Saigon Buffalo, and we also got to see that very interesting reaction with the hostile takeover versus an Aphelios with Elder buff for killing
Yeah.
his own jungler, which was very entertaining, and I do hope I get to witness that again multiple times in my lifetime because that was brilliant. I do want to talk a little bit about BJ because for me, BJ was the star of that game, kind of dictating the early game pace, reading Yijin's movements in the early stages of the game with that counter gank practically in the bottom lane, stealing away his bottom side scuttle crab. It was just a really good performance from BJ all round.
Yeah, had complete control, complete awareness of where the jungler was at all times, and that may not necessarily have provided like a fantastic scoreline for him, but it let the team play really well around it. Harsmed always knew when to push up, always applying that pressure on the side lane. Shogun and Taki being able to play full-on aggression and crush the bot lane, knowing their jungler was always going to be there if Yijin turned up. And it meant that, all in all, just very solid lane leads led to good map control, and yeah, as I said, just complete control over the whole game. Only that slip up, which even then was kind of a miracle steal.
And let's not forget as well how important this series is. We are getting closer to that halfway point of the season, and whichever team loses today, come the end of the day, once GAM have finished their series with Cerberus, whoever loses in this particular series will be 2 wins away from that playoff spot. And at this early stage in the season, that is not a spot that you want to be in. And for Saigon Buffalo and Genius, both who have had rather rough starts to this split, and for Saigon Buffalo, who finished second in the spring split, it's not where they would have expected to be in summer.
Yeah, if you lose this, you're going to be in sole possession of 7th at the end of the day, with GAM and Cerberus both being on that 2-2 mark. Yeah, it's not looking good. Such a very rough start going in. You'd only have a couple of games left in that first round robin to play, and if you're GE, you at least get to bully ASE. I guess Buffalo does at another point as well, but yeah, it's so you're hoping for at least one extra win on the board, but it's you need to claw as many as you can, and you really want to do that by knocking around the people on the same tier as you, rather than trying to just beating up the little guy.
Well, straight away, Saigon Buffalo, as we head into picks and bans for Game 2, are banning away the Renata from BOB, and Genius themselves are banning away the Wukong, which is what we saw from them in Game 1.
Yeah, we're actually, I don't know. It's so strange because Taki definitely plays the Renata. He's played 2 games of it so far, but SGB just don't feel confident enough to pick it early on in the draft, it feels like, or they have a much higher priority on a different first pick. Honestly, SGB, so far their bans are just, they're very meta bans, but they're also picks that SGB can shine on. Like, that Silas is a very strong Froggy pick. I would say it's more a pick that he's likely to play than what Blazers is, so it just feels like a bit of a strange ban to me coming out from Buffalo.
Yeah, we've already seen 2 Silas games from Froggy so far in this split. And Genius Esports round out their bans, banning away the Zeri from Shogun. And Saigon Buffalo, what will they first pick? We've seen a lot of focus towards ADCs so far today and yesterday, and it will be the Jinx being locked in.
Well, there's no Aphelios this time, so we're not quite on that level. But so next tier down, I suppose, what are you looking for? Perhaps the Tristana is something that can come out. That's still a very viable pick. Maybe someone's been playing enough Sivir that they want to run that back, but I feel this feels like what they intended to put into it, and I don't necessarily think it's a good one because Lucian Nami isn't good.
And when you look at Slater's most played champion so far in this split, you've got Zeri, you've got Kai'Sa as well. Kai'Sa is still open, but it will be the Lucian being locked in for the side of Genius Esports. A champion that we have seen Slater played to great success in spring. He's played it once so far in summer as well. The question, though, to me is, will it be a Nami paired alongside the Lucian, or do Genius Esports have something else planned at Saigon Buffalo? They're going to lock in the Lulu alongside this Jinx, and they're putting Froggy once again on the Talia, which he found great success on in the first game of this series.
So the Lulu coming in is a definite answer, and this is we predicted this coming in. So if you can drop that shield down and on the correct target, you can deny a lot of the burst, and then you just outright win the extended trades later on. Plus, you don't get to be abused as easily by the Nami because you're not that short range carry. However, if you do mess up the shield, if you put it on the wrong target or whatever, you can get popped. Though I guess the Whimsy, Lucian is going to dash in, get Whimsied, and feel a little bit foolish as he has to walk away as a squirrel and not actually get that big Lucian trade that he's really looking for, and he needs to win the lane. So yeah, this was an absolute bait by the side of SGB with the I guess the bans. Actually, I mean, GE kind of pulled themselves into this mess. They were the ones with the ADC focus, and oh dear.
Well, Genius found themselves in a situation with not many other strong ADCs available. Forced to pick the Lucian. Second phase of bans is actually Genius, or this time Genius, banning away BeamJ's Poppy. Maybe they're looking to pick up some more dashing champions then. Well, Azir is definitely a champion that could have been punished somewhat by a Poppy. Yeah,
for sure. Now I have to see sort of what's left on the table. Yijin is going to get that counter pick jungle. Has a decent pull he can reach into in his back pocket. Xin Sao would be interesting. I don't necessarily know if I agree with it. Can be a very strong frontliner, but I'm just never quite sure if it's what I really want to see picked. And Oscar wants to take the Akali into Na. He loves this Akali pick. He can play it however he pleases, and he's just said, alright, I feel confident into Na.
I would love it if Blaze is locked in this Kiana. I doubt we will see it. Well, he can't lock in he could lock in Kiana jungle. For a second I thought it was going to go mid, but then I realized that we already had Azir locked in. So instead, it is Yijin on this Jarvan, and when you look towards certain champions, like Froggy, like Shogun, not champions that can get out of that Cataclysm, which leaves them in a position where they can really get punished by the likes of an Azir or Lucian.
Yeah, I was somewhat excited for the Kiana as well, but yeah, this Jarvan has a lot of early pressure and can definitely out tempo BeamJ for sure in this matchup. And as you said, not a lot of abilities to get out. They have to rely on their flashes. No Tahm Kench to pull them over the wall. No Thresh, no anything like that. Hell, the only person on the side of SGB with a dash is Housemed. So can lock 4 into the Cataclysm very easily, very quickly. And is going to provide so much. And you can do a lot of AoE damage. Plus, of course, the man in the top lane himself, the old Narvan combo is back.
I mean, yeah, that is a nice combo, to be fair.
Yeah. 4-man Cataclysm, 4-man Naro, that sort of thing. It's pretty...
All starting off, of course, with the Shurima Shuffle to get everyone together.
And a tidal wave to keep them knocked up. Yeah. And Lucian just saying, how you doing?
I mean, don't forget. No, Lucian turns into Yasuo and then gets the 5-man ult off the tidal wave on everyone in the Cataclysm.
Sure.
Perfect. We're in agreement. Okay, where do you stand then? Because for me, I really like this composition from Genius Esports.
So do I, but I do think it relies heavily on Yijin having a really fantastic early game and alongside Coated. Definitely going to need to see Jarvan try and make sure this bot lane can survive, can utilize its early game strengths, and not just wind up getting a little bit outranged, outgunned by the Jinx later on. So, eyes on Yijin. Can he make it work?
Can he make it work? Indeed. Well, in game 1, Yijin got bested massively by BeamJ. BeamJ getting all of the early Drakes and pretty much all of the Rift Heralds and Barons as well. It was just that one very good steal that Yijin was able to get on the Baron. Otherwise, it was practically a clean sweep by BJ.
Gonna just sort of poking their heads and just trying to get a little bit of information. They know awards down in River, that's not really much. Are they going to be a bait, fake leash or anything? No, but they do. But there is the idea that SGB notices that Jarvan is definitely going to want to move towards the bot side. I'm interested to see how many camps get skipped to speed up the progression of this jungle. He's going to take this red buff, completely skip Raptors, so he will be on this bot side very quickly. And if they can't get this early shot from Froggy to go and maybe place that safety ward, actually he's already placed his ward, so that's going to be denied as well. And so SGB have to be a little bit careful. They should know he's pathing bot side just because anyone could predict that. But they have to be a little bit careful. They need to be aware that he could skip camps. He's Jarvan. He's not likely to play for full clear, so they're gonna try and rush that level 2, and then they need to stay back. Okay,
Well, it doesn't even matter because First Blood has already been picked up, and now Yijin showing up on the bottom side. Slater is here. Shogun has Flash available, but he might just die anyway. Flashes away, but the Dragon Strike is enough, and in the end, BOB picks up the kill.
Yep. What did I say? Can't shield the right target. I mean, it didn't even get to the point where shielding the target. Taki just blew up instantly, and now this spot lane has 2 kills under their belts. They feel very comfortable right now. See, Taki just dies instantly. He used the E on Slater for damage. It's just, it's a disaster. Then Shogun's pushed up. He knows he's saving the flash as long as he can, but with that red buff, with the Nami E on top, he's just got no hope, and probably should just not have flashed ever, or flashed way earlier.
Yeah, I think if you flash straight away, you get out of Yijin's auto attack range, forces him to tower dive a bit earlier on. Maybe you can get a kill back. Either way, 2 kills for the side of Genius Esports, a very good start to the game, and a 1k goal lead for them. Hazmet, though, not someone we've really spoken about in the drafting phase on his fabled Akali, although I weirdly think Froggy is a better Akali player than Hazmet after Hazmet had a couple of games in the last split where he missed a few shuriken flips, and B&J has been spotted out, so this could effectively become a counter gang from Yijin, but he's going to flash forward. Shogun has no flash available, and it's a kill for Slater. Now they look to Taki. Taki does have a flash, but the Aqua Prison does land Slater too far away to aggress any further, and it's a 3rd kill of the game for Genius Esports.
No flash, no summoners. Yijin. I mean, Yijin's just gonna put up his tent here. You can tell. BJ was like, all right, I know I've been spotted. I'm going to go clear this crab. And as soon as they saw that movement into the river, they're like, all right, we can definitely do this. We definitely have the burst. Taki cannot defend Shogun at all. He's level 3 now, so should have the whimsy and can potentially halt a bit of burst if he times that well. But right now he's just sitting there doing his best to get what experience he can. And God,
Hey, look.
This bot lane is donezo.
Look, Taki has level advantage, so it's 3-win for Saigon Buffalo now. Oh, B.O.B.
Yeah, BOB taking a little bit, but Taki is also feeling a little bit low right now, and you're playing double longsword into a pickaxe and a longsword, so it's you're still gonna lose out on just straight up auto trades. It feels like that ramping up passive is only gonna do so much. Decent seismic shot, but the damage isn't there yet. Only tier and boots for Froggy, so mostly just being an annoyance rather than actually being a threat for Blazers to worry about.
Something else that I feel that we should highlight, kind of about the game plan of Genius, is you've got this Lucian Nami in the bottom lane. You need to play around it early, get Slater going, but mainly just so that you can buy enough time in the game so that Blazers can get to that late game power spike on Azir, where an Azir can just take over a game entirely.
I mean, yeah, a Lucian ahead is absolutely a menace all throughout the mid game. Even a Lucian even is kind of a menace in the mid game because he does have just so much damage in his kit.
Yeah.
The only thing that really holds him back is his range, and if he's ahead, he gets to feel a little bit tankier on his base stats. He gets to be a bit more aggressive. He can outburst you and play up like that. So having these early 2 kills, PJ is going to do his absolute damnedest to try and cover his lane, let them do as much as he can. Going to make the recall. He doesn't have anything else to do, and doesn't want to waste too much time, but gives up bot lane priority. That's fine. SGB just wants to collect the wave, just wants to get some more gold onto this Jinx. But they're gonna lose the dragon for it. It's not the end of the world, being only an Ocean Soul at the start, but means getting rid of this Lucian, trying to force him out of lane through any sort of ranged poke, any advantage like that, it's not gonna happen. You just can't do it through the early regen plus Nami.
Meanwhile, in the top lane is just kind of duking it out. BJ has used his opportunity of Yijin playing hard towards the bottom side to try to steal away a red buff. Coated is making his way over. There is a blast gun that will take BJ over the wall, but Coated will hop to follow Weaver's wall. Gets Froggy out, but BJ is in a rather tricky spot, forced to flash over the wall. And in the end, BJ steals away the red buff, but loses a flash, and Genius have to be careful. BJ taking a lot of damage, but this is a 3v2. Blazes might want the kill anyway. Shurima Shuffle dropped down, but Blazes just gets popped. Yijin taking the scuttle crab while this was all unfolding, and Coated just sitting and watching, refusing to engage.
Miscommunication. They were, I suppose, Coated had blown his ultimate, so was a little bit wasn't going to be able to do too much, but they couldn't go for the shuffle because of the unraveled earth. So here, if Blazes goes for it early, you can probably pick it up, but once that comes out, you definitely can't. But he wants to push them away with the ultimate, which leaves him standing completely still, which lets him get knocked in by the seismic shove, and just miscommunication, just uncertainty, hesitancy on what they wanted to do, and Blazes just winds up caught out in the wrong spot.
And that is what you call a bit of an oopsie in the VCS. Blazes gifting a free kill to Saigon Buffalo and to BJ. But Yijin, though, still expecting him to be playing around this bottom side. Actually, right now we're seeing Slader and BOB making their way towards the mid lane. Cataclysm locking Froggy down in place. BOB here as well. Seismic Shove puts Yijin under tower, but Froggy somehow escapes.
The ghost coming in real clutch for him. Able to scooch out of range, no auto attacks to come on through. And yeah, they rotate the bot lane. It's okay for them. They know they can't really provide too much in this bot side against a Jinx just sort of farming under tower. Don't really want to risk that dive, so rotate up, absolutely secure this top side Rift Herald, and they get to catch the wave comfortably. They don't lose anything besides maybe a wave. I don't even think that. So it's just everything's going fairly well for GE. They should have picked up a extra kill. Perhaps they should have not given up that kill on Blazes, but these are small mistakes. Not really anything you're hyper concerned about in terms of this game, and just gonna keep on going, keep on doing what they're doing.
The Genius still have full control over this early game. They're sporting a 1k goal lead. Yijin has Rift Herald, and you can see on the minimap he's working his way towards the bottom side. So is BJ looking to make the counter gank, the defensive gank, but against this 3-man unit of Genius, I don't think BJ is going to be able to accomplish too much.
You just see Jinx farming with Zap. It's just sad. Does not want to step anywhere to this wave. So it's just going to be slowly pushed in. It's going to be slowly chipped away. And BJ's trying to do his best to spot Yijin out early. We'll find him on the Tri-Brush. With a roam down from Blazes as well, hovering towards that in that fog of war, should be spotted, but they don't feel comfortable. Huge bubble.
Drop down the tidal wave as well. Froggy's making his way over. This will be a 4v3. The Saigon Buffalo do engage, but they decide against it. They just look to pick up the tower place, look to get more gold, and refuse to get too overly aggressive.
Yeah, with BJ in the area, they don't want to go for the big dive with that Crescent Guard, that extra CC, the ability to really just turn it around. So playing safe, just playing for plates, and they have pretty much full control of this bot side. Froggy is not able to get the priority against Blazers. Oh, good work onto the Yijin.
Flag and drag cancel. Super Mega Death Rocket does work. Wind becomes lightning. Yijin, the fancy footwork. Sign yourself up to Britain's Got Talent or Vietnam's Got Talent, because that was nutty.
Froggy flashes and misses the worked ground Q. Ah, it's sad, but and then misses the zap as well, and now Shogun is
Slater? Slater?
Shogun.
That's not legal.
Shogun, what are you doing, mate? You can't go near that. You can't go near them. There's a restraining order. It says
Okay,
if you go near them, you
Eugene is
die.
dead this time. Eugene is dead
Yes.
this time. Okay, Froggy gets the kill. No shutdown, though. And this might mean that Cody's dead as well. Blazes has a teleport. Will he invest it? He will. Maybe a little bit late. Cody flashing away. BJ going to take another tower shot. Just about survives. Blazes on the unraveled earth. Can't dash towards BJ.
Yeah, BJ not quite as tanky as he would like. Now Houseman's lurking. He wants to try and interrupt a recall, but he's not going to find it. He's going to find a couple of Sand Soldiers instead, but... Oh, man, across the map, like, SGB are trying to find opportunities on the top side because they know bot lane is just hard lost. Shogun is doesn't even have his mythic, and Slater is almost ready with his rapid fire cannon. I mean, it's just so much damage, so far ahead is this Lucian that he's just going to be able to tear apart team fights, tear apart individuals if he catches them out. And with this complete control on bot and mid side, that means Dragon just belongs to the side of GE, and SGB are probably not going to contest until it's Soul.
This game has been very fun so far. There's been a few great moments. Yijin somehow escaping away from Froggy, then Slater investing a flash, Gale Force, relentless pursuit, everything to get a solo kill onto Shogun. Well, it wasn't a solo kill. I think he got a bit of a buff from BOB.
It's a Lucian. Lucian never goes far enough away from his Nami to get a solo kill. But Cody might be in a bit of trouble.
He does have an R ult, will send BJ away, but dashes right back in with the audacious charge. The Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't land, but not needed as Hazmed picks up the kill.
Yeah, you're wishing it did land just so you can get anything onto your Jinx, and three-man top lane means everyone on GE gets to just go and push down this mid lane tower. Gonna pick up a few plates. This last one will survive. But now Beob's hunting for a bubble. Not gonna find it.
Hunting will not land it. We'll get a ward though instead. So there you go. Slater though, tagged by the wind, becomes lightning. Audacious target to follow up, but the cleanse will be enough to keep Slater alive. Yijin going in with the Cataclysm, now flashing away. In goes Blazes, shooting a shuffle, landing onto BJ. 1-for-1. No, BJ actually surviving. Could look to go in onto BOB, but decides against it. Just a one kill for Saigon Buffalo.
BJ able to survive so damn long between the Wild Growth and the Crescent Guard. He's able to pick up Blazes as well. Lots of work done. They come out winning that handily. So much blow and cleanse, flash on Blazes as well. Yijin's flash. Just a lot of taken out from the side of GE, and SGB are finding little avenues back into it. They are not saying, they're basically just, they're not giving up. They're not rolling over quite yet.
And that's just what happens when you burst out Slater at the start of the fight and Slater can't get involved. That Lucian, who is so fed, can't get any damage down. BJ, deceptively tanky, coated, trying to go in onto Froggy, but the seismic shove enough to dissuade the Gnar from aggressing further.
Yeah. Hopping over the unraveled earth meant he couldn't immediately follow up with his own CC, and so he just ends up getting pushed away by the seismic.
Oh, BOB. You went for the Hillisang play. I respect that. I respect that.
Mate, you are a Nami.
Look, BOB's just been watching Hillisang plays, and he has tried to stop back. I fully respect the Hillisang attempts there. Coated, though, that's not a Hillisang play. That's just a death, and ends up burning to a red buff Weaver's Wall in the mid lane as Genius Esports just look for this outer tower. Surely they're going to get it. They're not taking the tower down. Flag and drag Yijin going in, but he's just going to take tower shots himself. And Genius get nothing out of this. And now BJ coming in from the flank. But Genius Esports able to work their way away.
Froggy playing this defense so well. He has so much wave clear. Now he has to be careful. Slater's just
Culling.
pops him.
Yeah, culling into the Gale Force. Now Yijin going in with the Cataclysm, but he's just going to be eating tower shots and will fall. I don't think that was a play from Yijin. In the end, it's 2 for 1 for Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, didn't respect the wild growth. There is enough damage on Shogun now to eat through this Jarvan. But now it's sort of back to bot lanes. Everything else everyone else has been removed one way or another from the mid lane. So they will pretty much guarantee get this tower. I would be amazed if they didn't, but traded for a topside tower, traded for a Rift Herald and a few kills back and forth. It's overall gold positive for the side of SGB, and it's only within about 2k and a bit. That seismic shove had no business landing, and if that rock hadn't fallen just slightly short, Slater probably ends up getting removed from the fight, has to back away, and it's just a nice easy, and the play stops there. But as it is, Froggy steps a little bit forward, and Slater just goes all in to pick him up. Blazers gets completely knocked out, not paying attention to this work around. And Yujin just, I don't know, felt like he could go in, but with BJ flying the other way, he couldn't get the follow-up he required, and it just meant that it wound up giving his life while BJ goes in and assassinates Blazers.
Yujin started this game off so well, but it feels like we're going back to, I hate to say it, but that series between Genius and GAM where it was just Slater 1v9ing or attempting to 1v9 against GAM. I don't think he was on the Lucian in that game. I think he was on, I want to say Zeri.
He was on Zeri, yeah.
And he's doing that on a Lucian now, 4-0. Eventually, though, Blazes will get strong. The question is, will this game last long enough for that Azir to get to its strong item power spikes?
Yeah, the worry is, by the time Blazes get strong, in theory, so has Shogun. And they're trading yet another dragon. They're not going to contest that at all, but just trying to funnel gold onto Hasmed. And if Hasmed gets fed, Slater has to worry. And if Hasmed gets fed and can just start removing Slater, it feels like the rest of the team fight should feel pretty comfortable for the side of SGB. I don't expect too much follow-up on that Shuriken flip, considering the Mega Narbar. But as it is, full control of the top side for Hasmed. But in trade, this bot side belongs to Genius Esports. Look at all that vision.
Absolutely, so much vision control. So many zombie wards as well. That's just meaning that bushes are double stacked. Thank you very much for that, observers, highlighting Saigon Buffalo's lack of ability to see in the bottom side jungle. And all the while, Genius just continuing to siege in the mid lane and the bottom lane, while Kota just tries to absorb this pressure from Hasmed in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, you're almost feeling at this point, Kota should just be trying to find that freeze and accept that you're pretty much... Oh, okay.
Winter Blazes is not back. I think it's safe to say right now.
Yeah, Hasmed has left topside. He's gotten 2 towers. He had 2 kills. Now he's got 3.
I want to see that again, because Blazes and Genius had so much vision on the bottom side of the map. We were just highlighting it. How do you get caught out? How does Hasmed sneak up on you like that? It's baffling to me, and I would like to see that on a replay.
Yeah, I feel like they just walked at him and he got caught on a seismic shove. And then he tries to knock it back, but it just doesn't come together. And well, now they've decided to flip Hasmed to the bot side. They believe this is now the strongest side of the map for SGB. But Baron is now on the menu, so GE probably feeling like they wanted to switch it up, move to the top side regardless. And it's just going to be a little bit of a whole move the vision for the side of GE. They need to get control of this stuff. And yeah, he's just hanging out here. Where does Hasmed come from?
Oh no.
He's just caught shopping. Yeah, just caught shopping, not checking his map.
Oh,
you can't do this, mate.
You
just can't do this, mate.
That is a bit of an iffy one. I think it is safe to say, as this time they catch BJ with the sliding glide.
Here it
However,
comes.
being
Weaver's wall.
surprisingly tanky. Harsmed just going in onto Slater. The culling is enough to pull one kill back. 1-for-1 top laner for mid laner. BOB so low. Same for Coated. Saigon Buffalo have definitely won this one in terms of how much health they all have at the end of this fight.
Yeah, so much health. BJ getting completely thrown into it, but being able to survive for so long with his ultimate. A little bit of regen as well, and he finds the one becomes lightning.
Slater way too aggressive, but in goes Coty, finds a 3-man Gnarl, but there's just no more damage left for the side of Genius Esports. BOB is here as well. Shogun's gonna end up falling. Yijin now chasing onto Froggy, not quite enough damage to the shield, enough, but the Aqua Prison lands, and now Yijin chases onto Taki, a teleport into the mid lane, and in the end, Slater's sacrifice ends up working off fantastically for Genius.
Coden saves that whole play, turns it around, just has enough damage to chunk him out so low that the damage gets finished off by Yijin. Now that's everyone dead. Can Harsmed make it in time? Taki can drop a ward, but
Taki 1v3.
Harsmed's already here and not close enough. Oh no, Harsmed, he can easily get behind.
Harsmed gets one. He's in the Twilight Shroud. Now he's looking for Yijin. A good ultimate. Goes golden. Yijin forced it back away from the Baron. Almost walks into the Mega Death Rocket. Blaze gets skill onto Harsmed. But critically for Saigon Buffalo, they stop the Baron.
Yeah, 1-for-1 Baron stop. That's good enough for Harsmed. Almost got Yijin, but just misses that second perfect execution. That would have been absolutely the kill onto Yijin and would have been an absolute fantastic play. But as it is, it's just good enough. Only 2k between the teams. It's so very damn close, but in a minute, a dragon is up. It is Soul Point, and SGB actually has to fight this. Harsmed's still dead. B-Up is back up because his cooldowns are so... his death times are so low because of the level difference. He's just gonna die here. Harsmed can't land the second execution onto Yijin. Completely whiffs it. And then it's just no hope from there on. The buys some time with the stopwatch, which pretty much only just confirms that we can't restart the Baron. The rest of SGB will be here. Now it's time for the Baron. Teleport on Harsmed, but he hasn't
break as well.
Yijin.
No teleports for the side of Genius, and Harsmed is already here at the Drake. This is Mountain Soul for Genius, which will be really big for the likes of Coated and for Yijin, especially against so much of that burst that Harsmed has, the poke from Froggy as well. Saigon Buffalo are going to be starting up the Drake. Weaver's Wall will cut off a few members of Genius away from this Drake, but in goes Yijin, not enough to steal it away, and it is ended up secured by Froggy. Coated has already fallen, and Saigon Buffalo are looking for more. Genius are forced to retreat in a 4v5. Harsmed lands a shuriken flip, could look to go on. Yijin will indeed go in onto Emperor's Divide, onto BJ. Will stop Saigon Buffalo from going any further, and all the while, that will just be Slater backing in a brush. So this is a 3v5 now if Saigon Buffalo find a way to engage.
Slater's going to sneak out on the backside, and that is a big win for the side of SGB. All these little bits of extra resistances will help a lot just to deny that big burst that comes out of Slater, to deny what that Lucian is there to do, to instantly remove someone from the fight. And we're starting to see the battle lines are just a bit too much for this Lucian. Weaver's walking by all this space, and then the range advantage comes in. Just they can't get Slater onto it. He actually goes all in onto Harsmed and can't find him on the back end either, so it just ends up looking a little bit silly. And I don't know why Slater ends up going this way, but he does, and then they just go, yeah, ignore him, even though he's completely cut off, isolated from the team, and would probably have just been a freebie. But overall, 1-for-0, dragon in the pockets for SGB. They're feeling happy. They have stalled it out, and they can keep getting this Jinx even more gold.
This game continuing to sort out, continuing to scale. Genius 3 minutes away from Mountain Soul now, and then a further 5 minutes to Elder. And sadly for Yijin, this time he wasn't able to steal away the Mountain Drake in the end. Froggy was the one who secured the Drake. Just taking a quick look at items. Shogun on just 2 items. Blazes not even having completed his second item yet. This Azir is so far behind the curve.
Yeah, he's really feeling the pain right now. Top lane, very even, two apiece in items, but yeah, just only that one item available for the side of the side of Blazers. Froggy forced to flash, ultimate's burned. This is a lot blown up, and GE can definitely use this to turn to the Baron and try and force a fight that will definitely be in their favor now with all these tools taken off from the side of SGB.
Hazmed able to get an out-of-town, but will have to TP, and once he TPs, there won't be any more teleports available for Saigon Buffalo. And there is that teleport being used. Tidal Waver to try to sway Saigon Buffalo. Can BJ go in? He goes in, but he doesn't steal it away in the end. Secured by Coated. Yijin waiting for the flag and drag to get over the wall, but in the end has to flash because it's not off at cooldown. And Genius Esports will make their retreat. All 5 members with a purple buff.
SGB playing it very slow, very cautiously. Didn't feel comfortable approaching the pit in case there was a brush being set up, but as it were, they just end up getting way too late. BJ does not go in. He ends up flashing over the wall, but it's just way too late. Did not have any sort of vision down to check the health, and just it's a miracle he managed to get out, and he just has to.
BJ,
now they have to weather this.
BJ is surprisingly tanky, or Xin Zhao's are deceptively tanky, especially when you've got a Sterex as well. Now a Gore Drinker, Stopwatch is going to take a lot to be able to get through that Xin Zhao's health bar.
Yeah, it's just interesting. It's just interesting because he didn't have that ultimate when he went for the Baron steal. As it had been blown earlier, and God, that damage from Slater, 3 items, Infinity Edge complete, just absolutely chunking out BJ. He's going to be able to heal off Wolves, but this Baron is just so threatening. They don't have the best wave clear ever. They can maybe catch out Yijin, but steps the seismic shove. And it's just going to be
flag and drag his way out. Yeah. Slater fishing, looking for a potential play, but don't forget, it is Genius who have the Baron buff, so they are able to play this 1-4 split push game with Coty just sitting in the top lane, and that inner tower already taking a whole bunch of damage, but now Hazmed able to answer his pushing. Yijin, though, might be caught out here. I don't know if he can flag drag. He's been polymorphed. He's going to go in with a Cataclysm. Healed up. The culling going to do work, but not quite enough. BJ just stopping Genius from going any further. Now Blaze is down to half health and forced to retreat. Saigon Buffalo find a kill, and that's pretty much going to stop Genius's Baron push.
It's going to stop it for now, for sure. The top side was just a bit of a mess because they can't actually get through
it. Blazes?
Yeah, Blazes is here. There's no wave. No one went back
Drake.
to catch it. Drake is up in 10 seconds. Yeah, you're right. And Yijin is still down, so this should be an advantage to the side of SGB, but G are going to fight it. They are not going to want BJ getting close if they spot him on vision. But BJ knows where they are. He has to try and get in. No flash. Can't get over the wall. Coted's in the way.
Coted trying to stop BJ getting into the pit, but he's not going to be able to do so. There comes the audacious charge. And Genius, they're just forced to walk away from the mountain. Saigon Buffalo get another Drake. And Genius are going to have to wait another 5 minutes before they can even attempt for the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, and with that, that's the rest of their Baron gone. It probably would have been just worth it to say, we don't have a jungler.
We die.
Oh, Hazmed?
Hazmed somehow survives. Weaver's Wall, that's going to cut BOB away from Slater. Teleport in from Coated. Genius want this push. Genius want that inner tower, but they don't really have the wave just yet. They're going to have to wait a little bit. However, Hazmed having to back. Genius should just be able to tank this tower and pick up their first inner tower of the game and now make their way up topside and look for their second.
Yeah, they can sort of do the same thing. They wanted to fight for that. They could have taken those in the trade for that dragon, but in the end they realized they're strong enough that they can just take them anyway. Only 2k gold between the teams. The dragons are evening up as well, but just the damage that comes out of this Lucian, the burst potential, no real big tank to stand in front and just absorb it. If BJ doesn't have his ultimate, this Lucian is just so damn scary to work with. And it needs to be Hazmed getting the drop on Slater, but right now Slater's been the one calling the shots, getting the drop on everybody else. But if they get on top of him...
The issue I feel right now for Genius Esports is they've gone through the point where Slater was strong, where Slater was, the one to be fearing on the map. Now we're at a point where Hazmed has 3.5 items, nearly 4 items, that Void Staff getting close to being completed, and Shogun has 3.5 items completed and is doing more damage than Slater, while Blazes just has 2 items. So I feel that if Genius can last, another 5 or so minutes, wait until Blazes gets a third item, maybe they can start to match the damage that Shogun's Jinx is outputting. But until then, Genius are just on the back foot.
The thing is, from what we've been seeing over the past few minutes, that Slater is he's still pumping out significant damage. I mean, if he finds that drop onto someone, he can remove them from the fight. That's just the issue. If they can draw battle lines, if they can use a Weaver's Wall to keep him a little bit at bay, not let him get close enough to really dish out those autos, then yeah, it's a definite win for the side of SGB, it feels like. But now, there comes the engage.
Cataclysm, tower's going to fall. No, a teleport. Froggy, though, able to get away, tidal wave will stop BJ from being able to get on top of Yijin. And in the end, Genius utilize a few ults. They get a tower, they back away. It feels like they haven't really gotten much considering how much they just threw into trying to secure that kill.
Yeah, but they know there's still 30 seconds till this Baron, until an objective becomes worthwhile. 2 minutes till Dragon as well. They should have everything coming back up by then, as well as a couple of GAs under their belt. It fully completed, you would imagine. You would expect, though. It actually looks like Yijin's going to stop off and pick up the Force of Nature first. So, we'll be tanky. We'll be a little bit healthier up against Froggy for sure. But right now, just can't quite do anything. And now GE just bully their way in towards this Dragon Pit. They're gonna pick up this Griff Scuttler and have pretty comfortable vision. So now that pretty much denies a start from the side of SGB. They can't try and burn it down and bait GE towards them. Well,
Another big item. Another big item picked up by Blazers as well. Banshees fail. 3 items now on the Azir, and that Banshees is going to stop a few of those spells. Stops Froggy from being able to catch Blazers out. Stops Harsmed as well from being able to deal as much damage as he was previously. Yijin has to be careful. He could just get fully aggressed on here.
Aggressive. Oh, he goes too far.
He goes in, Cataclysm, Yijin's just going to absolutely pop it. In comes Blazes, he does work onto Taki, but not quite enough, and Shogun just free fires. Blazes is down, Harsmed over the wall, and Harsmed will survive now. 4v3, Coated is the focus for Saigon Buffalo, and Coated is going to get ripped to shreds. Jumps over the wall, BJ will follow, and Coated will surely die. Coated looking to try to get something back, but he's unable to do so, and now Saigon Buffalo just turned towards the Baron Nashor, B.O.B. and Slater.
Lots of low health bars, Slater.
Slater's going in, Shogun will fall, Slater's able to get out and actually will survive. The Hex Drinker is so massive for Slater. Slater take a bow, that was absolutely incredible, but Saigon Buffalo aren't done yet. They turn back towards the Nashor.
He's going to heal off the wave and then maybe try again. Culling is still a while away, but he can definitely pick up 1. He can maybe pick up 2. BJ, you can't back there against Slater.
Froggy zoning Slater away. Does Slater want to go in? Does he risk his life to get this kill onto BJ? So much damage, but not quite enough. When is that culling up? A few seconds time. B.O.B. and Slater. Slater, he really wants to go into that brush, but he can't. No vision. Forced to back away. Saigon Buffalo, they get the Baron.
The Dragon has come up. He's bought so much time. SGB cannot collapse onto it, so they will be traded for their soul. It's not quite the same trade as it was in that game 1 of Baron for Elder, but it's still a huge bonus for the side of GE. They are going to feel so much tankier right now. Froggy is going to start tickling, and Yijin, he goes over the wall. He's not expecting all of SGB to be waiting for him. Then BJ kind of...
Harsmed survives.
That's
so clutch.
The Baron didn't get aggroed at all, and Coated, he tries his best, but he ends up getting stunned over the by jumping over the wall with the E on the ground. So he ends up feeling a little bit silly, getting a little bit blasted there, and so clutch from Slater to knock out Shogun, slow down the Baron, keep the harassment campaign going. That SGB, they have to back off very timidly towards the top side and gives open this Dragon Soul. Now it's Baron, so map tempo should belong to SGB and they will be able to pick up a couple of towers. But it's
I do have a question. Is Genius getting that Drake good or bad? Because it means that the Elder is now in 5 minutes time, and if they had left it, they would have had another 5 minutes to try to scale before having what could be a game-ending teamfight at the Elder Drake.
I feel you're not necessarily waiting on Blazes. I feel at this point you're just trying to fight as best you can. I don't know. I feel having this soul is just more important. reducing the opportunity for SGB to steal away a soul to get their defenses, because a 4-stack Mountain Soul is just so much resistances, so much shielding that it makes Slater feel a little bit worthless. Cutting off that access to free stats is just so important, and now it's SGB, now it's GE that are harder to pick, and they've overstepped before. They've been picked off. It lets Yijin play that hyper aggressive style he's been doing throughout the series, just like this.
Here comes the Weaver's Wall. The pick onto BJ might turn into a 5v5 fight, but BJ, again, so tanky. Hazmed showing up, now going in onto Egypt, but there's a
Hazmed
gonna get to Hazmed. Goes golden. Might be enough to keep Hazmed alive. Tidal Wave drops down. Super Mega Death Rocket onto Blazes. Both teams will back away from one another. No kills for either side.
Being able to keep Slater outside that Crescent Guard means BJ is so tanky. He survives for so long. Unfortunately, Hazmed is not, and he gets absolutely removed from the fight. Oh, but that is a deep, deep teleport, but they read it. G knows exactly where he is.
Voted, hopping over the wall. Hazmed's teleport could have been amazing. It could be terrible because Saigon Buffalo can't follow on Hazmed. They knocked over the wall. And Hazmed, he rides the Emperor's Divide to safety. How has he survived that? He's one lucky boy.
That could have been fantastic. It was read by Gian that played it extremely well, but Hazmed manages to find the execution out. However, that is Hazmed fully removed from all this entire skirmish. He's been chunked out so low twice. Can't teleport back in this time. So he's going to have to make the long way around. The river is so well watered that the flank, it'll be long and it will definitely be on vision. Unfortunately, the wave's just not quite there for GE, and they will back away very happily. They got the teleport.
Can I just say, and I'm trying not to flame, but Slater, I don't care if Saigon Buffalo win this game. Slater is the MVP of this game. He has played incredibly well. So has BJ. Don't get me wrong. BJ has been fantastic all series long. If Saigon Buffalo win this game, Blazes is to thank, because Blazes he's not had his best game. And I'm including Spring in this, and he had some pretty bad games in Spring.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty good. He's sitting at that 1-6-1 scoreline. It's feeling very bad. He's got that Banshee's third. He's only on 3 items. He's got 300 CS and 3 items. It just does not feel any good right there. Like, you should definitely have more items at that point, it feels like. But no, he's just not been able to be involved with anything. 11 kills. He's only had involvement in 2 of them.
The thing is, Froggy has less CS, same number of kills, has more items. So
now,
yeah,
look, you can say Froggy has built a little bit cheaper items in terms of compared to that Shadow Flame, which is a heavy investment, but
also Morello.
Sure. Yeah, look, the Morello's is a little bit interesting. There's enough healing, I think, to justify it. Especially since the changes have come in and it makes it a pretty okay item on its own merits. But I don't know. I think you were probably better off just waiting for Taki to build it, or a Thornmail on BJ, maybe Hazmed with I don't know. You have lots of
Taki get Chemtech Putrefy. Either way, back to the game. Baron up, 4 seconds time. Both teams posturing over it. Coated making his way up from the bot side river as Blaze is fishing for a play. Culling burnt by Slater.
That is Culling burnt, so that's going to be GE just saying, alright, we can't really make our way into that fight, just going to have to try and push this, but the Weaver's Wall will cut them off, and that will stall that out. Sundisk will go down, and that'll force SGB to be a little bit more focused on their mid lane, because they don't want their wave being held up that early, that close to their base, especially if Yijin and Blazers are going to try and 2-man it. Feels
now Saigon Buffalo might have a priority in... Exactly, it's what you want, Baron or Elder. Genius tried to do a 2-man Baron attempt, but Saigon Buffalo have called the bluff, and now they've started on the Elder.
You have to watch Coda. That rage bar is very, very well built up. You have to be very careful. Blazers, oh god. Here comes the flank.
This is his chance for redemption. When does he go in? He goes
There it
in!
is.
He gets a 4-man slide and glide! Shogun's gonna get burnt down. The Guardian Angel gets popped, and Taki will fall. BJ going into the backline,
There's
trying to get
Shogun.
onto the ears, going to be able to get the kill. But now BJ aggressed on himself, trying to get on top of the Lucian, but not going to be able to get the kill. Harsman fighting with BOB in the Elder Drake, flying and drag in from Yijin. Harsman goes golden, Aqua Prison in. Yijin gets a kill onto Harsman. Froggy on the run. Froggy will survive, but it is Genius Esports who win the fight, and Genius Esports get the Elder Drake.
Now Froggy is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, but you just look how low he is. Biob just needs to land that auto attack. They just need to clean him up. They just need to push that wave down mid. Honestly, you don't even necessarily want to kill him. I mean, they're going to, but now you can just run it down. You can just end the game off this. I feel. Okay, maybe not 20 seconds on Shogun. There's not quite enough time with the wave being where it is, but Baron for sure. That whole team fight, it comes together for GE. They just cleaned it up, and from here, it feels like SGB, they should be looking towards Game 3, just shaking their heads, trying to figure out what they're going to do.
I'm going to be honest, Barbie. I don't feel like this game is over just yet. Sure, that's an Elder, but the base is still standing for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Here's a replay as to how the fight all kicked off.
Catches both major threats, BJ and Shogun in that pit, into the ultimate, into the Streamer Shuffle. It's just so clean. Nothing Shogun can really do. And just so much damage. Hasmed can't even get on top of the support and kill him. This Akali has been pretty much worthless come these team fight stages. He's just getting bursted out so quickly. Can't find any damage. And it's just so falling apart. And then, yeah, Froggy does his best to cut the wave and buy time so the game doesn't end. But they've got Baron, they've got Elder, and they've got a whole wave to work with. That tower is just gone. Rocket does
The last
nothing.
stand for Saigon Buffalo. 5 members strong of GE. Baron empowered minions. Weaver's Wall to buy some time. They want to let this Elder buff end before they fight. I think the
That's
Elder
not
buff
gonna
might have already
happen.
ended.
No, it's still going. That's just not they're just not gonna have enough time, it feels.
Look at the culling on Shogun. Taki popped.
Dead.
4v5. Genius waiting for the next minion wave. One Nexus Tower already down to half health. Look at Hasmed on the flank. Who does he want to go for? Is he looking for Blazes? Is he looking for Slater? He has to make his decision. Shuriken Flip lands. He's on to Cody, but Cody just tanking up all of the damage as the rest of Genius just focused onto the Nexus Tower. It goes Golem, but he's just going to die as soon as he comes out of stasis. In goes Yijin with the Cataclysm. They land the Aqua Prison. Blazes gets one, and it's just Froggy left standing. Genius Esports, they wipe Saigon Buffalo, and they take us to Game 3.
And, well, this was pretty much the picture-perfect game of why teams keep prioritizing Lucian Nami. It doesn't happen very often, but when you get a game like that, it is it looks like the most unstoppable, unfair thing in the world. And, I mean, we saw it come to fruition in of Aphelios Jinx. And I guess if we're going to go back to Aphelios Jinx, that means its priority shoots back up again? Maybe? Who knows?
Maybe.
Either way, probably back on the ban list.
Well, either way, we're going to Game 3 of the series. It should be a banger. However, for me, it is my time to tune out. Carrix will be taking over for this series. So, this is Cool Serial signing out. Stay tuned for Game 3.
There's no time for redemption. Those flags you wave, will they hold up? Don't cry for your vengeance.
Welcome back for the final game of GE taking on Saigon Buffalo. My name is Milky... Wait, I'm Carrick. Sorry, I'm back. And with me, of course, is Marbanogi. I'm coming in for Game 3. I'm pretty hyped. Marby, how's the series been going?
Well, we saw pretty much two games that were very much in control of whoever was winning. Buffalo played a bit of a slower macro game. They fumbled a couple of objectives, but overall nice controlled play it out. That was game 1. Game 2, Lucian Nami got to live up to its to what it has been promising for a long time, and it kind of just ran over the game. It started to peter out a little bit towards the mid game, but they found enough fights. They found ways to undo what SGB was putting together. The Jinx couldn't quite get it together, and then they finally found the one fight they needed to secure the Baron, the Mountain Soul, and then eventually Elder, and eventually Game.
It was a long laboured path to get there, but get there they did. Regardless, and the Lucian had a fantastic performance. I'm really not too surprised that if you on the official stream, the VTV stream, he does get MVP. I think he would have gotten ours as well.
He did.
So, Marby, coming into Game 3, Saigon Buffalo, do they just have to ban it out, or is there a counter strat?
So I think they were planning a little bit of a counter strat, but they didn't respect it the burst early, and it sort of fell apart. The Jinx Lulu, which is I think what they were planning to run into, it didn't work. So I think it's just easier to drop a ban on it and just say, don't risk it, don't run that back at all. We can take them in more standard lanes. And I mean, their blue side bans were confusing to me, going for the Silas ban, which I don't think Blazers is really a player, and taking that out of the hands of Froggy, who can play it quite well. It was just weird bans, and I think they'll be back on red side. They have a much better strategy for that red side, and that might involve a Lucian ban.
It very well might. Saigon Buffalo in general have been draft geniuses, mad geniuses maybe, this split so far. They've played a lot of wacky stuff, so I'm hoping we get even more wackiness.
Maybe the old Reaper 200 IQ where you out IQ your players. And
a little bit.
You're like, haha, play this! It doesn't work.
Hey, look, sometimes you fail, other times it all goes according to Keikaku. Those Seraphine games.
Keikaku means play.
But anyway, heading in, does the fact that this goes to Game 3 change up your impression of GE at all just quickly as we get into draft?
No, because GE did take that 2-0 against Wales. So GE has been this team where I feel like if everything comes together, they can perform really well. They have such a stacked roster of veterans. Slater, Yijin, VCS champions multiple times. Coded has shown great potential before. Blazers has shown potential before. How you doing, B.O.B.? But all in all, they're just like there's so much veterancy on the roster that you definitely expect games like this where they come together and everything just clicks perfectly. And it did in that second game.
Fair enough. And I'm immediately noting very interesting bans coming out of GE. They've banned out a Poppy.
Yeah, that was a big part of the game 1 strategy.
It's true. It's true. And the affiliate's being removed as well. Lucian's still open, but there we go. SGB have decided, no, we don't want to deal with that one. So 480 carries banned out here. Where do you think these ADCs go?
So I imagine Jinx is probably looking to fill out that B1 spot. It seems quite likely. Then, who knows? Zaya has been played by Shogun. He could go back to the Tristana, perhaps. Okay, first pick Silas.
Okay.
That would mean Premier ADC goes over to the side of SGB. You would imagine being able to pick up a probably just Jinx Tom Kench. R1, R2 feels like.
Where's Senna?
Very happy. Senna is always an option as well, but if you pick up this Tom Kench, that means that Genius has to show a different partner alongside that center if they go for it. Don't know if they will. It is Slater, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Kaiser. Of course.
I would be. Interesting that they picked the Gnar this early, because I actually think the Silas pretty effectively blocked SGB from picking it. But fair enough, just secure it. They get a good jungler for Yijin as well, something he can actually carry on if they lock this Viego in. Kind of, the Silas first pick is very strange, but I do like what GE's doing.
No, I mean, the Silas at this point on this patch is just kind of generically nuts that you don't even need those big ultimates that he really shines with. Now, you can sort of hamper him a little bit by removing the ones he'd really like and going for things like this Talia, but he's still going to be a pretty big menace, and Buffalo are just going to keep panning 80 carries. Zyra and Kai'Sa probably off the board. Then I suppose default to Ezreal? I don't know what's going to happen.
The funny thing is that if
Renata,
you push,
of course, take that away.
If you push Slater to Ezreal, I think you help him. Because he is an incredible Ezreal player. I think he's the best Ezreal we have in the VCS, but he never picks it. Like, okay, sure, Ezreal's not super strong at the moment, so that's part of the reason, but this has been an ongoing thing for like 2 splits. He'll look at his Kai'Sa with like a 20% win rate, or his Ezreal with like an 85% win rate, and go, yeah, it's Kai'Sa time, baby.
It's Kai'Sa time, baby, indeed. Now, jungle focus for the side of GE's. Gonna be a little bit interesting. Not quite sure where we're going to land on that point of view. Of course, Talia can flex into that jungle if they want to run that sort of strategy. So that's definitely an option. But Trundle is kind of bad, I think, right now, looking at what GE has to offer. That pillar is only going to be... It's not really going to do a lot for you.
I mean, I think it makes Viego's life pretty hard in team fights. He struggles to navigate it. He doesn't have a real dash. He's only got the little trip forward of the W.
I mean, in a fight situation, I feel it falls apart even more as, okay, Seraphine slapped down the center as well, and you've just hard won this draft. I feel it's untouchable at that point. Or an Ashe.
Okay, the question is, I'm curious.
Which one's farming?
I think the Seraphine. I actually think Seraphine is much better farming than the Ashe is. I think Ashe support's like... I don't think Ashe support is as broken as a lot of people do. I'm a little bit smaller on it. But I do think it's good. And Seraphine as the APC in bot lane is ridiculous. And they're going to lock the Gwen in last.
That feels like a waste. Okay, so I guess you have to ask the question, can Slater play Seraphine? It's gonna look like a bit of a no right now, but that teleport on BRB makes me think may still be farming. But Slater can't play it. So we will see. It's gonna be interesting.
That's altogether possible. Just because why does he have TP?
Yeah, that's my.
There's no way a support brings TP, right? Like a non-farming support.
Yeah, no, that doesn't really make any sense. Unless you're doing some spellbook shenanigans, but even then, I think you'd rather just default to the exhaust.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's probably going to be farming Seraphine, and it should all come together quite well. We will definitely get that confirmation once we see runes and items, but. Yeah, I feel Genius have come away with a pretty damn fantastic slam dunk of a draft. And Buffalo kind of just... I'm not really seeing much really going for them. They have a Jinx, they can maybe play Kite back a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to come together unless SGB can perhaps get lanes rolling a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they've got strong Trundle ganks early. I think it's pretty hard for, say, Silas to escape a Trundle gank against a Talia, because you've only got one dash and you really need to dodge. You need to dash through the pillar and also dodge the knockback.
And not dash through the pebbles, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe they could get Froggy rolling. I don't know what much you can do about the Gwen Gnar matchup, and I mean, have fun going near that bot lane as a Trundle. So yeah, I think mid lane snowball is what SGB is really looking at.
So on the benefit for the side of Buffalo, the early shove from Silas is not the best. Not compared to a Talia for sure. And if you can utilize that mid lane pressure, you can possibly go and bully Yijin out of the game. I mean, out of the game only so far as Viego can get himself back into the game no matter what, because his kit is probably one of my least favorite in this game.
His passive is cool.
Yeah. You know how they made Belveth kind of have a very similar ultimate, but you can actually kill her while she's doing the loopy thing? They should do that.
It'd be cool. But regardless, on to the Rift we go, Marby. Hated champions and all. We'll watch them all battle back and forth to see who will take this Game 3 and who will take the first series of this Friday night.
Definitely looking to be a bit more of a, definitely a support. Ash coming through, looking at that hail of blades coming on. Slater, you can getting that easy 1-2-3 trade of the auto attacks, proc all your spell thieves or spectral sickle, I suppose, and you just get to walk away very happy. And yeah, so gonna be a bit of a nice bully lane, and Taki's gonna have a bit of a hell of a time playing up against the poke that comes out of this duo.
I am very worried about putting Beob on the carry. He gets caught a lot.
I like this because the implication that Slater is somehow worse.
Slater's a very traditional ADC player, so I'm not too surprised.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. But so far, so good, being able to utilize this pressure. And
hang on a minute. We have a fight at level 1, but Slater manages to dish back all that damage. Taki diving away, though. Shogun on a lot of health, and look who's coming to party. B&J entering the play. Yijin here as well. But the health bar for Shogun looking very good. As soon as they see the gas, they know they need to leave. B&J has to burn his flash. Doesn't get over the wall, though. Caught by the Spectral. More damage coming in. He is Godski. Oh, no. Yijin with a first blood.
Yeah, just couldn't get away. The frostbolt, the shot, the arrows are just too much. Now here comes Yijin.
Oh, that's genius from Yijin. Goes in, uses the stolen pill up, burns Floggy's flash.
And then whiffs everything else on the follow-up. But hey, the man knows how to play Trundle. Flash pillar, fantastic. Unfortunately, the Abscond Abduct could not quite connect and bring in the follow-through, but hey, it's done alright. It makes Froggy have to play a little bit safer. Can't quite shove with Abandon as he was. Now it's a good start for the side of GE, and getting early kills onto this Viego, getting it rolling, getting this bot lane to a position where they can just pretty much leave the Seraphine alone and let her just nuke waves and be happy to do that. Lets them control the rest of the map easily. Moving forward, just team fights become pretty impressive and pretty hard to top for the side of SGB. No real fantastic Grievous Wounds buys coming out. Your probably best option is a Morello's coming out of Froggy or Husmed, and that's not the one you'd really like.
In comes BJ to the mid lane. Blazers, though, doesn't care. Gets on out of there easy as it can be. Doesn't have to burn his flash. So far, BJ not able to do very much.
And as long as Yijin can keep track of where BJ is and predict bottom lane ganks, that's all he really needs to do. The top and mid are going to be fairly fine up against this pillar, especially with Froggy, especially if Froggy's on low mana. But yeah, there's a bit of trouble on the bot lane. They don't have they don't have anyone with great mobility. Just they have to use these flashes, and they're going to be perma-shoving, so just needs to hover around bot side, make sure they are safe at all times, and that's an easy free win coming out for the side of GA.
Yeah, and obviously one thing about this Ashe support that does get talked about, but perhaps not enough, is how easy it makes early game vision. Before you've got super strong warding tools, just being able to whip that E out, they should know where BJ is a lot of the time. Speaking of where he is, he's in the mid lane as Blazers. Can't quite handle the double knockbacks, but holds his nerve, doesn't flash, and just walks away.
Yeah, recognizes Froggy is walking away because he can't actually contribute anything to the fight, and yeah, just feels completely safe there. He's gonna actually walk away. He might lose a little bit in the CS department. Actually, he's not even gonna do that. He's got the teleport. He's feeling fine. He's having a grand old time. Now, of course, power farming Trundle has managed to sneak away a bit of an experience lead somewhere, but now that might not really matter up against a Noon Quiver Yujin.
Yeah, and in that mega form has ult Hazmed, not level 6, but with BJ coming in, I don't think they want to risk it. Coda did step forward, but it doesn't matter. Just managed to get away. Good job there, BJ, in the right place at the right time.
And now, I mean, so we're looking at this this Noon Quiver, and it does provide a little bit of burst, but I don't really think that's ever super necessary for the side of Viego. I feel the Divine Sun. Sure, the Divine Sunderer change has made the burst that comes out of it a little less, but I still think it's more than enough to just let that Viego exist in team fights, and I still think that the tank is the preferred way to go in the more sort of slow pace status of pro play. But it's the sides. He wants this Kraken Slay. He wants to pretty much put on his carry pants and do what he can, but overall, he might not even end up needing to do much as the
hang
team's
on a
doing
minute.
fantastic.
The wall's up, Coded, not too far from Mega. They need to kill him quickly. I think they're going to manage it. He does go Mega, gets a wallop.
Aww.
BJ has flash though, so no trade back. Not the perfect dive, but a successful one nonetheless.
And they managed to get it.
Hang on.
In the end, but
Look at the cutoff in the river.
We might not get to look at that, but
No, we won't, because there is a bot lane dive. Lovely abduct there coming out of Blazers.
yeah, Froggy on the top side did have to blow his flash and a ghost as well, and it does not go down eventually, but we're going to hold that.
Yep, Shogun stunned up, in some trouble. They're trading back into the belly of Blazers went Slater, and Shogun goes down. Out comes the Seraphine ult, blows Taki's flash, gets them even more tower plates. This bot lane going fantastic for GE.
You playing that so well, I forgot for a moment Silas was there. I was like, oh, Slater's dead. He just got gobbled. And it's like,
terrified me doing that play-by-play. I was like, what?
It's like, I saw a tower shot going through him. I was like, okay. Then he got eaten. I'm like, wait, no. Hang on, he's still dead? No. Blazers, Silas just decided to get a real big mouth for a moment. And, yeah, let's not think too hard about the dynamics of that. But just a fantastic tower dive. B.O.B. takes a lot early on. Slater can take it next, feeling real safe with that Tom Kench ultimate in the pockets of Blazers. And then they get the one. They can't go for the second, but they get it here.
There is a fight around this Rift Herald. One soul available. In comes Hazmed. Good shove coming out of Froggy, knocking them all back. Trundle will get the fight down onto the Herald. And GE kind of getting routed as Coded gets taken out. Blazers moving forward. Hits the chains onto Shogun. Takes him down. BJ extremely low, but Yijin will die. Trundle going down now. Froggy has a lot to do in this fight, as well as Hazmed zoning out too. Blazers in their lovely arrow. As now it's just Hazmed. But the health bars are not good enough. Hazmed can win this. Taki now moving in. Gwen, she's spooled up. Rocket flies through, doesn't hit. Hazmed continuing to move forward. Slater hiding in the brush. Then he gets snipped down. Hazmed taking over a fight.
Hazmed pretty much picking up 4 kills there. This Gwen is now officially online. Just absolutely manhandling that team fight. Fantastic. SGB even getting the Rift Herald along the way. I believe that did get picked up. I'm not sure before BJ went down, but all in all, hell of a messy fight. But SGB do get the better of it. So it starts off with Taki just getting picked. Good ultimate by Coated goes to find this pick, and the problem is now you're kind of without a Meganos, so the re-engage can come on through from the side of SGB, and Viego being a bit focused on the Rift Herald means he doesn't go for a good reset and pick up the Yujin, so pick up the Tom Kench until a bit late. And then he tries to go back in, and because of the re-engage from Blazers, and all in all, just Hazmed gets completely ignored because they're much more interested in taking down the lower health targets. But Gwen just gets to do so much damage, and it's just insane. Just so much work from Hasmed. It's absolutely ridiculous. And
Yeah,
then from,
I mean, I am surprised, as clean as that arrow play at the end was, I am surprised there was no better time to use it throughout the team fight rather than just getting that one pick. But regardless, we'll have to see if Slater can find maybe some more impactful ults as the game does continue. GE picking up that first dragon. No, well, speaking of impactful ults.
he found a use for it. Straight away, onto Froggy. He's made good use of it. That Rift Herald, of course, did get that picked up by BJ. We can confirm that now. So he's going to make a play mid.
Another ult. Fantastic stuff coming out of Slater. I think he heard me, as that has turned another play around. BJ trying to get onto Blazers does with a big shutdown. So a good trade there for SGB.
Yeah, 5 kills now on the Silas. He is doing real well, and pretty much off the back of these Ash arrows on the last 2. Steps a little bit too far forward into BJ, gets killed off there, but that's a huge point of power for the side of GE, and justifying that game 2 ban that SGB put forward. They did not expect the first pick to come on through, but it did, and he is putting it to work. But Hasmed, look, he's putting that R5 to work for sure. He four kills for him, picked up a Rift Maker from pretty much nothing. He's doing all right. He's pretty much the big hope for SGB right now.
It is. He has to make very good use of his W in team fights because I think if he gets tagged by a volley from Slater, his effectiveness goes down maybe like 40 or 50%, just because he's just too slow. So I think it's imperative that he spaces that hallowed mist perfectly so that he can never get tagged by Ash.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see it. I'm interested to see how much sort of, if he looks to build anything along the lines of, he's not necessarily likely to build Swifties, but anything that could help reduce his slows, some more tenacity coming on through in some respect. Honestly, Merc Tread's probably not the worst buy up looking at the team comp he's up against, so definitely an option to go through. Oh, the gold only really goes on to BJ, so not really a good Herald coming up from them, and yeah, this is starting to sort of feels like it's slipping away. It's only about gold apart, but it feels like GE are just in full control, dictating the pace. They know exactly what they want to do. Maybe everywhere except up here.
Yeah, I look, obviously getting gold on your Trundle is not necessarily great for the entire game, as Hasmed reckons he can get a solo kill, hunting down onto Coded, needs one more, but goes down to the tower in exchange.
Yeah, could have waited a little bit longer for BJ to be in a better position, perhaps, but yeah, good dodging around from Coded, uses that flash well to get that trade back kill, and that works out really well for him. Now the ultimate coming up from Slater. It's going to land.
Yep, BJ in trouble. It's a long stun chained in by Yijin. Blaze is arriving with the TP. And Slater's aimbot is looking good.
Bust out the emote. It's Prater, baby, getting those cross-map arrows. He is all in on this, and it's just some fantastic work. And now, not going to be able to pick this up thanks to that TP coming in from Taki.
Yep, Spellbook TP.
Spellbook, yeah. Somewhat unusual for a Tom Kench to see. But yeah, he's going to dissuade that push a little bit, and it's just going to be that one pick, but that one pick is just fantastic for GE. It's getting them a little bit more of an advantage, slowly building up, close to 3k now before this next dragon.
Yeah, Coded did as well pick up a shutdown off the Hasmed kills, because he was 5-0. Well, he was 4-0. No, he would have been 5-0 when he died, because he died in the last tower shot. But look how long this arrow was.
Yeah, right across the whole damn map, and it almost feels like Yijin's stun here probably short circuits the timer on the stun, but it's just fantastic. Absolute control coming out from GE, and they're going to pick up this Rift Herald right now. Rotate that down probably in towards this mid lane to force control. Not that they really need to force any extra, but helps them control the second dragon and gets them stacking up towards that soul, stacking up towards that win condition where they can pretty much use that to ignore any potential threats from the side of Husman.
Yeah, I mean, look, Husman has pulled off bigger miracles in the past, Marby. So I would not be too surprised to see him still able to take over this game, but as you said, it's a very good position for GE. Even though it's still only 2k gold, honestly, at 15 minutes in the VCS, that is almost nothing. As we have a dragon spawning, SGB are here, GE moving into established vision of their own. Do SGB want to fight for this one?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. They're in an okay position in terms of item breakpoints. Pretty much mythics across the board, not really not any huge advantages in terms of breakpoints like that. So it's not the worst idea. Here comes Weaver's Wall.
Yep, holding them out, but the smite goes to Yijin. Can they get the kill on the backside? No, Yijin gets healed. No, he dies right at the end to the last tick of that Trundle ult. Blaze is on the side with a stolen Gwen ult. I feel like SGB have to find a bit more here because they lost their mid tower to the Herald. They lost the Dragon, and they're not going to get anything back.
Just that one kill onto Yijin, it feels really rough for them. And look, they managed to do okay, but yeah, just Ash Arrow into the stun just interrupted what BJ wanted to do and lets Yijin come in and grab the steal.
Oh,
no. You said they needed more.
Yeah, they took it to heart as they have just followed Blazers through heaven and earth, slowed him down. Good chains, but he gets knocked away from Froggy. This should be a kill over. Don't like who it goes on to, but it's still a kill is a kill.
Yeah, BJ kind of needs to stop picking up these last hits, but overall it's going okay. Now Husman just wants to try and keep the pressure on where he can. He senses the bot lane moving into fog wall. Oh, so close. Just that Warden River spotted it and gave him the heads up. But without that might have been the kill.
Look at the cooldown on the Ash Arrow. I just want to point this out. This Ash support, it's already a third of the way up.
Yeah,
It's like a 20-second cooldown.
Yeah, let's just hope he doesn't get anywhere near that what's it called? The Axiom arc. Because look, I have some ARAM nightmares.
If he builds Axiom arc, that will be one of the funniest things of all time, and also terrible.
Look, I have ARAM nightmares of that thing. It is horrible to play into, and look, yeah, just gonna pick up that second item on the Muramana eventually. That's where his focus is going to be now, and of course supports never get 3 items, so don't worry about that.
Interesting angle for it, kind of just gating off Slater, but in the end it just saves him the tower.
Yeah, not the best Weaver's Wall coming out from Froggy. Overall, he's played 3 games of Talia this series, and they've not been his walls have not necessarily been the most impactful. He's had a couple to cut off and improve some tower sieges, but yeah, using them for picks has not necessarily been his strong suit. Now,
I always love
never leave.
BJ just managed to dodge that Everfrost. Well done. I always love when a Silas steals a Trundle ult and then they just have to play chicken. Because whoever ults first really loses.
That's often the case with a lot of ults. Really, you never want to be the one who ults first. It's the classic in the Zed matchup, and here in Trundle, ult comes out.
Arrow only hits onto Taki, so they're not gonna pull the dive.
Yeah, Ultimate was used by Blazers, but it's not really gonna amount to too much. Just kind of wanted to get that used, and just gonna keep shoving the waves up. Slater's instincts taking over as he's like, I want to take these, give them to me. But
I mean, giving him some gold is not terrible, as they need to try and clear this wave. They manage it for this one, but they've got to be so careful around this Seraphine.
At this point, we're just playing the siege game, and just trading towers mid and bot lane, which is definitely the favor for the side of GE, because A, mid lane towers are way more important. B, that's an inner. That gives way more gold. And it's not like there are bounties or anything to make it back, so yeah, and now they have to move to stop the mid push, so a second tower going down, it's all working out well for GE. Just lane assignments, just so much better. Just realizing, yeah, we don't need to defend this outer tower when we can take an inner. We can keep the siege up, and no one's going to respond, or they're going to have to give that one up for free as well. And maybe, yeah, SGB just trying to fight too hard for pretty much a lost cause. They were never going to really keep that tower alive for too long, and could have just defended mid lane, given up that top outer and traded it for bot outer, and felt alright.
So another dragon spawning in 25 seconds. SGB, I think, really want this one. They don't want to let GE sit on Soul Point. I also think the move speed of a Cloud Soul would actually be very, very strong in this game. This that makes the move speed differential between an Ashe team with Cloud Soul and the team facing an Ashe. You're about 5 times faster.
The ability to just run up about that 10% faster after the arrow sounds fantastic to me. Now Eugen's been spotted out. SGB is in prime position, but Eugen is just going to try and do a sneaky again.
Ooh, arrow goes in, hits onto Yejin. There's no follow-up. Yejin is going to have a 50-50 at this, and he has good hands. Yep, he has the best smite in the league. Huge Seraphine ult. Hits onto 3. They can't follow up on it, though. But Genius have got what they want from this. They just wanted the dragon.
Yeah, the good pillar to stop the follow-up fight, but they feel very comfortable to just turn onto this Baron right now. It might be a step too far. Ultimates are down for the side of GE, and if they get caught out right now, but it doesn't look like they're going to. I mean, they're not going to take any damage from it, that's for sure, with Seraphine in pocket, but now just BJ, he doesn't have a flash, no blast cone, he can't get in.
Yeah, Husmed's arriving. They have to back off the Baron. Arrow stuffs any potential engage. So SGB are going to keep this Baron engaged. They want to go for the Hail Mary play here, but it's still Yejin around. He has no flash. He has no smite at the moment. In goes that Stolen Weaver's Wall. Who's going to get the Baron? It's going to be SGB, but Coded smacks them into the wall. It just doesn't matter. Look at them all going down. They're all dead, Marby.
But finds the massive Gnar ult. You're bunched up against a Gnar. That ultimate was one of the few still going, and they are going to clean house. They don't get the Baron, which is the saving grace, I guess. It means they can't push to end, but they are going to push and take so much gold. They might even crack open the base. Death timers are quite low, so they will back off, but it's just so much damage done. Gold blown open, and Slater wants his wolves. But yeah, they make the decision. The back off comes in. They are respecting Hasmed, and they take this opportunity to try and do something, try and take this Baron, but Blazes interrupts and puts this wall down, and Coated gets a 3-man wallop. It's not even the Gnar even. He just pushes them into position for the W, and Jesus, it just, from that point, there's nothing they can do.
It's pretty brutal what just happened in the pit. They don't actually break the base, though, which is important. SGB can still hold out. Shogun can continue to scale. He's still playing a Jinx. But it's 5k. It's a Dragon Soul point for GE. They are in a fantastic position.
Just absolutely crushing it every time the teams collide. Really just that one oopsie where they gave a bit too much pressure to Hasmed. Lots of grievous wounds being built up right now, but Morello's and that Kempunk Chainsword, so they have their answer to Seraphine collected and committed. But Hasmed, look, I'm sorry, you have kind of got to be the big star right now, and you've spent all your big gold on very little damage. Like that Banshee's fail third, I just don't think is going to be it. Neither with these CDR boots, so you're not even like tanking longer. I just don't feel. I feel Hasmed has squandered what potential he had, what advantage he had, and now it's just not gonna be a very effective Gwen, and he can't step up at all to the 4-man for sure.
Yeah, look, I understand the idea of the Banshees just to dodge the long range Ashe ults, but you have your W. Like, you should be able to react fast enough to just mash W, and then it just gets popped by, a random Viego Q or Silas Q or something.
Yeah,
Well,
or even
yeah,
just
or even
volley.
the
Just
volley.
those things are coming out every 2 seconds. It's going to pop it. It just feels like such a misuse. I don't know. And because of this, I mean, there's always ways back into this game. They will eventually, if they can hold out long enough, get so much damage that they can stand up in a team fight, perhaps. But I don't think they're really going to get that option. 40 seconds to this dragon. It may almost be worth for GE just to sort of utilize that. If you can set up your top wave or something properly, use that as a bait to try and draw SGB all the way in and get a split push going from Coda to crack open the top side instead. Because I don't really think, like, Soul is great, but it's not necessarily all that important, and giving up one Cloud Drake is pretty much giving up nothing to SGB. So if you can utilize that bait on the bot side to try and get something good top.
Arrow used.
Didn't see it. Nothing happened.
It misses this time, but BJ trying to catch on to Blazers, but with the abduct, it does get away. The Weaver's Wall comes out. Coded a little bit stuck, but they don't actually know that. I think that was just Froggy trying to join the team for this dragon fight, but they can't get through the Ash. That's Cloud Soul.
Yeah, they just can't get through. So
You
Cloud
can't
Soul,
go through chokes into an Ash.
it'll go down. It's not just Ash either. It's Ash. It's not. It's Seraphine. You can't go near that. Coda's gonna hunt for a little bit, but not really gonna find anything. Blazers a little bit starved for good ultimates. Can't really pick anything to really get anything done. Can't start a fight off, so feeling a little bit saddened. There goes the Ash Arrow again. That's not on cooldown.
BJ, they know he's out there. Will they actually be able to catch on to him? I think if BJ dies, it's an instant Baron for GE. He's trying to juke them out. Blazers can dash over the wall. He's got to dodge these chains. Has the movement speed from the contaminated ground. Now the rest of SGB joining. They're going to go for the big fight. Taki jumps into the middle of the enemy team. Very, very risky. Yijin getting focused. There's a big Seraphine ult. Oh, it's a very good time. Kench ult on the other side to try and save Froggy, but they're just not dealing enough damage. Shogun incredibly low as well. Needs to find the damage. Cannot. And SGB are melting away, Marby. GE lose no one. They use their flashes perfectly. They play with their health cards. And there's the Ash ultimate up once more to try and lock down the last member of SGB. As BJ on the run, while he runs, his base will fall. GE is going to take themselves the series. And the top 6 team at MSI is 1-4 in the league.
Cannot get it done. It's just a beautiful game start to finish. This combo in the bot lane worked so well. Yijin able to utilize everything. But everything comes together perfectly. You said this draft diff was fantastic. It was so big. And finally it breaks the VCS curse of better draft wins.
Yeah, finally a good draft actually picked itself up a win. I'm so surprised that they banned that many ADCs and still left the Seraphine up. Like, it's SGB. They know the power of the Seraphine. They've used it themselves. I don't like how they navigated the pick phase, and I feel like, don't get me wrong, it wasn't all draft. GE played the game itself incredibly well, but you've got to go back and look at your champ select.
Yeah, I feel just a bit too much respect to Slater. They thought they could do it. They just, I don't know, they just forgot about Seraphine, I suppose. I don't know. It's fallen out of priority on a lot of places around the world. I guess they just followed suit and not realized the patches haven't really come in yet that fix her.
They're still on 12-12. Yeah, not ideal whatsoever. But with that, we will be going to a bit of a break. We do have another series for you tonight. And Marby, it's going to be an exciting one.
Cerberus GAM, baby.
Cerberus
it's winter.
GAM.
You know, these are top teams, right? What do you mean they're 2-2?
Yeah, they're middle of the table clash of GAM versus Cerberus. But regardless, we will be seeing you very soon. It'll probably be about 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We are VCS English.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? The heart stays slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Yes, I do. Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart stays slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Get
Welcome back for Series 2 of this lovely, warm Friday night. We have Cerberus taking on GAM. Two Titans currently a little bit diminished. Marby, what are your initial thoughts?
It's been rough for both of these teams. They just haven't been able to quite find their identity, it feels like. GAM have spent so long just being dominant in their lanes and being able to transfer that to whatever side of the map they want. But they just don't have dominant lanes anymore. They are falling apart in that regard. They don't, like, their mid lane in particular, to me, stands out as just one of the weakest in the role right now. And from what we've seen, and that just really hurts to see after so many years of dominance from Carti. And it's a not dissimilar story from the side of Cerberus, but at least you can somewhat say Artemis is keeping up what he used to, but it's just not, the team around him is just not functioning.
Yeah, so, I mean, both of them really need to refine their luster. With a split as competitive as it is, they really... Can you imagine if we didn't have GAM going to Worlds?
Yeah, look, that would be the biggest letdown ever. You have MSI come around. SGB goes as second seed. You're like, okay, but fellas, they make top 6. They take some games in that Rumble stage, and you're like, this is only our second best team. Our best team is undefeated. They smashed C games in record time. By the way, they're not going to Worlds because they suck now, but sorry.
But let's get into the draft where Carti has already had his only good champion removed.
Yeah, Corki has been pretty much the crutch for Carti right now. It's by just it lets him remove himself from the game, and he's sort of fallen back to Lysandre's the other champion he has wins on, which he will possibly have to fall back to. Once again, champions that just minimize the amount of game you have to play. You only have one function left to do from that point. Alright, Cerberus, they are back, and they have entered Pun and Drakthar yet again, going to continue with that instead of the Koreans, which you would expect a bit more cohesion on the team with a full Vietnamese roster. But we will have to see. We'll also have to see if Huber is back in or Ron OP is staying. Just gonna have to, as well as, well, Renata followed up by a Jinx, and Nautilus is currently being hovered. Now we haven't used that. Elio is in again, so this can provide a lot of opportunity to jump on and delete the Renata if you find that good angle.
We are flying through this draft, Marby. As we do see, both bot lanes have been locked in. They will also secure that Wukong. Obviously still flexible, but mostly will go towards the jungle. Drakthar, he's only played 2 games so far this split, but they were both absolute lights out performances. Do you reckon he can do it against Levi?
Well, he's going to have a lot harder of a time against a jungle that actually participates in the game.
Sure.
So look, we're going to the Victor. I hate this. It's so easy to be punished by the Wukong and just jump on top of it, but I mean, Kati has been reliant on comfort, it feels like, and it's just all it's not really worked out so well for him so far. I guess GAM falling right back onto a full team fight composition. Maybe it need to round out the top jungle with a good front line, but so we're gonna see Gwen taken away, probably a what else would sort of be taken away? Nara's off the table. Maybe a Camille is on the cards. It's so hard to say. Sejuani has
jungle
lifted its head here and there. Now I'm just sort of wondering, what are we actually picking in our top lane?
Yeah, I mean, look, Kiaya can definitely go into the bag of tricks. Silas banned out as well. That's a good one. I mean, I want to see Yado pick Vega. Even only seeing the first 3 picks from GAM, I think this is a really good just slam Vega. I think that makes Victor and Jinx's life pretty hellish. Particularly when you add the Renata and Wukong ult. So ban the Viego. Okay, try and taking away a big carry for Levi. It does make a lot of sense, and we get confirmation that Elio's in, and they're just going to pick the Nocturne. I still want Vega.
Yeah, Vega sounds really good. I would also not be against something like an Azir. That sounds completely fine to me. Okay. But builds into basically 2. These are just looking like 2 big team fight comps. Now it's up to Pun. What is he going to play? Look, Tank Pun has been a classic for a while, and I suppose this opens up the Aatrox for the side of Kiaya, which is a classic counter for him that he likes to take into this matchup. Look, it's 2 big team fight compositions, but I think overall Cerberus has a much more cohesive one with a better setup, better team fight, better engage. I don't trust the Nocturne. I think that feels really out of place overall in the composition, and yeah, I don't know. I think overall, just Cerberus has a little bit better of everything.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a draft canyon. I do think it's going to come down to execution. Unlike our last game 3 of the Genius series, where I feel like it almost didn't matter how well SGB played. They were just so ridiculously outdrafted. I think GAM, if they return to form, as they have sort of been doing, I think they can make this comp work. But I agree with you that it does seem a little bit muddled.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Look, I like farming junglers as a response to Wukong. I do. Just there are so many better ones. Lilia is an option. Like Shyvana is a better option than this. I don't like this Nocturne pick. I know it's pure comfort for the VCS, and it can cause a little bit of havoc if you with that paranoia. The lack of vision can absolutely upset a team fight plan, but yeah, I'll have to see it in action. Overall, I think it could have been a bit stronger, and we're just gonna have to see if Levi can just jungle gap Drakthar as he's traditionally done.
I mean, we have done that many times in Drakthar's career, but it would be a huge statement for Drakthar for his position on the team if he was able to confidently keep up with or even surpass Levi on a comfort pick for him. See how we go as we head onto the Rift for Game 1 of Cerberus taking on GAM, and my headset has just died. I will fix that in a moment.
That's unfortunate, especially considering P might be in a little bit of trouble, going to find his way around the hole. Hook does land. Everything's going to connect right now. Kati does not have the damage to follow up. Style could not get in range to contribute. P gets away, but just has to reset.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it gives GAM a little bit of map control, maybe gives them a little bit of a psychological edge, but they don't even actually drop a ward on the red. They're just going to get the standard Raptor ward, I assume. Nope, they don't even get that.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try and do a bit of a delayed ward. Delayed as long as possible to just make sure it stays down there, and it will catch Drakthar at some point. But topside starts for both. Makes sense. These sort of bot lanes are fairly volatile, have the option to just get things started with Gravitum Handshake or just general Nautilus existing. So gonna have to see how gonna see where they can pull that off, if they can pull that off. They know for sure there's going to likely be that top side start thanks to the early positioning, and just going to continue on doing a little bit of farm game right now. Not much.
Yeah, looking at this top lane matchup, it should also just be farming. I think Pun is obviously not going to be having a great time in this matchup. He's just not super mobile to dodge the Aatrox Qs. But still, he should never die. And if you're not dying against Kiaya, I think you're doing okay.
Yeah, that should be fairly fine. And here we are. We're seeing the rockets have been put to good use. Early level 2. Full control on the bot side for GAM right now. Hook will land. I don't think the follow-up is going to be there.
Oh, it's a lot of damage onto Ron OP with that ignite.
I'm
get away though.
I'm calling shenanigans for the side of on behalf of Ron OP. Those traps were that trap was kind of sus. But anyway, lots of damage down onto Ron OP. Heal forced, traded for the ignite. So not the biggest win for the side of GAM. It's just going to be fine, but defensive tool removed, so if they try again, could end up very differently and get them that advantage they're looking for. So we can see very quickly is coming out from the side of Levi, already racing through this sort of double clear on Gromp and Blue Buff. Once those are done, we'll be fully ready to take on the Scuttle Crab, and there's still Krogs left, so it's going to be uncontested. Also, no bot priority. I would have been shocked if Drakthar went for it.
Yeah, Elio moved up as well to break the shield. Yado needs to be careful. He can't back there. Because Levi's going to race up and try and get a double scuttle. So he wants to get a jungle lead that way. He's not going to bother ganking a lane. And this should be pretty free. Yeah, Drakthar's on the other side of the map. He doesn't get a crab.
Not the end of the world for the Wukong, of course, but it will be a nice little bit of an edge to get Levi closer and closer towards that level 6.
Pun
which is
no mana.
Absolutely what he wants. Pun no mana, still has a lot of health, and towers are just a bit too strong for not the tankiest of members on the top side right now, so no dive really available.
I was just thinking about it. You know, I'm used to seeing early action out of GAM, so just seeing them go this heavy farm route, it's not completely what I'm used to.
No, see, they fixed towers and made them actually do something now.
True.
So you can't just dive for free. But if you are Kiaya, you can keep the pressure on, try and chunk out Pun and put him into a position where he wants to leave this wave behind. It's not quite coming to fruition, and if Pun can hold it relatively close to tower, maybe he can make something happen and set something up for Drakthar, but it's going to be a little bit hard for the monkey to get up there unnoticed, and he's going to walk on into vision right now.
Oh, Cardi gets chunked out as there is a bit of a scuffle over these raptors. Props to Spell Shield. That's a mistake by Drakthar. Cardi flashing over the wall. Drakthar flashing away, covered by Yado. Ron OP's here as well to save the play.
Yeah, 2 flashes for 2, but here's the thing, Yado still has his, Carti does not, so that makes him very vulnerable for when if Drakthar wants to make a return play, when level 6 comes in for Yado and can set up that Shurima Shuffle. It was a very aggressive play from Cardi to help out his jungler, but Ron OP was in that position to make sure that there was no hope for this to really play out the way they wanted to. And a late roam from Elio means they can't even, say, try to punish onto an isolated Artemis. He just ends up walking around for a little bit of nothing.
Yeah, he's doing okay at the moment. He's managing to farm up, keeping it even with style. He'll fall a little bit behind due to the fact that he doesn't have support at the moment. Needs to be very careful. If he gets hooked, he's obviously dead.
Yeah, they're keeping this wave pulled. They're a little bit behind in terms of combat power for sure, in terms of just the 80 carries, but has that call in place. Levi has already reached level 6, and that's the bait. That's why they're pushing it out. They're trying to make Artemis feel a little bit more confident to step
They've
up.
read it though.
They've read it a little bit, or at the very least, they are just getting Yado out of the way. They want Yado to come down. They want the wave to push out. So if Yado commits to the whole roam, then they are in trouble.
Oh no, Hook lands, Paranoia comes out, Zap goes in. That is going to be a dead Aphelios, has the bailout to buy a bit of time, but no hope for that one. Artemis not flashing the hook leads to the first blood.
Yeah, they got a little bit confident with Drakthar in place. I think they misread that Levi had exited the stage left, but nope, he can enter stage right very quickly. Hello, Paranoia. So thank you for that, he says, as he basically comes in, steals the kill, and walks away. And it's all working out pretty okay for GAM right now. It's just sort of natural leads coming in across the map. And that's fantastic for them. That's what they want. They want these lanes to get rolling and have the better team fight when the 5v5s clash.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is the perfect start. Let's him get that Iron Spike whip nice and early. That was actually quite just an early Paranoia in general. Levi once again showing how fast he can farm on Nocturne, why he picks it so often, even when we do doubt the strength of the pick. But in the end, Artemis, you just need to flash the hook.
Yeah, we'd have to wait for a replay to really see if he just misjudged it a little bit on a minion or whatnot, but yeah, definitely flashed the hook. He at least made the correct decision afterwards to not try and salvage it and waste the flash, so he still has that available. So round 2 should not be happening. But now we're going to see junglers meeting up at this Rift Herald. No ultimate available for Levi.
It's close to back up though.
Yeah, and you don't really need an ultimate when you've got a bot lane, apparently. So they've made their way up. They are ready to contest, and if they can control this choke point, this should be good for them. These control wards are a little bit of a nuisance, though, and letting Drakthar poke in and feel fairly confident. Wave control will give Cerberus the opening to take this Rift Herald again.
I'm not a huge fan of Artemis losing his purple gun there. I think Graviton could have been pretty big, but a hook onto Ron OP is massive, but it's a big Sharina shuffle. In they go, Style with the first to fall. Can this Azir get out? He can't. Cardi goes down though, traded for mid laners. Double kill for Drakthar so far.
2 for 1, Pun joining so much quicker than
2 for 2.
Kiaya, who had to turn around. Oh yeah, Yado went down. Okay, I missed that on the score. So in the end, it kind of feels a little bit of a false start when you end up playing the 4v4 actually going even overall. Just Ron OP getting cleaned up so quickly, and then just Yado, and yeah, he just didn't quite make it out in time, and yeah, but I mean, getting kills and removing those two big carries, shutting them down, making their lives a little bit harder. That's good from the side of Cerberus, but they did completely evacuate the top side and give up that Rift Herald. And they're not even really on a position to set up this Drake and sort of take that and trade. Maybe they can try and take a trade of a Carti, but that seems very unlikely with how much wave clear he has to just knock out a wave.
And with a Paranoia potentially available. Oh, it's actually not back up yet, but I think they still would have been a little bit afraid of Levi joining the fight. In the end, I think Cerberus just kind of got a little bit outplayed, a little bit out-reset there.
I just couldn't quite finish it all off. Didn't have it. I think you've seen that small advantage just being enough, a bit of the experience, giving those a little bit of extra stats to the side of, like, say, Levi, and keeping him alive long enough to keep it all together. And now, just onto the Dragon. Cerberus not really being able to contest and control objectives. They're just sort of backing off, giving them up, and Levi is more than happy to capitalize and take them. It's not like he's falling behind in farm or anything, so now they can just find an empty tower to drop a Rift Herald onto.
Yeah, this has been just a 2-minute fumble by Cerberus. I feel like they've just been completely out-rotated. They haven't got a huge amount of gold onto this Aphelios that's been the goal. Pun's going to be able to clear this wave, but Style will still get half of this tower gold. I'm not super happy with how Cerberus has done this, Marby.
No, they're trying to overload the top side in response, and I mean, Pun going for a little bit of a trade, and sure, Artemis is going to be able to get 2 back, but Artemis, like, even with those wide guns, you still sort of play at roughly the same speed as a Jinx in terms of generic tower taking, especially if you can't back that wide gun up with a red or blue secondary. So you're just going to get the 2 plates, which was kind of what was taken anyway. Then the Rift Herald on top of it, just big win for the side of GAM. And now they're up back on top side to make sure that they're not going to get any more for Artemis.
Yeah, and look, don't get me wrong, Artemis can do magical things with an Aphelios, but I feel like I've said this before, but they just really have fumbled getting him ahead. They're going to keep on trying. Drakthar is here, has the Cyclone, but up against a Nautilus and Aatrox, I don't think he can ever go for this.
It will work out a little bit better because the wave clearer is not quite as instant and strong as what the Ornn is putting out, so you're seeing down there, Style is actually shoved right back onto tower, can't actually contest and push Pun back to finish off that outer tower. So if the lane states sort of keep as they are, Cerberus will win out in the long term, but it's I would be very surprised if GAM held it like this for too much longer.
I feel like Cerberus is kind of making the read that they think they hard outscale. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that read, because there is still a Victor and a Jinx for GAM. So they're happy to play it slow, sit, this 1,000 gold behind. They are only 1,000 gold behind, which against GAM is not too bad, as Paranoia has come out, Pun's the target, slowed down, still has flash. Under the tower they go. There's the rocket, which he does have to flash away from, but Pun survives. Up on the top side, will Kiaya survive? He will. In fact, oh no, he'll actually go down, but they traded onto Drakthar. I got baited there a little bit, but 1 for 1.
Yeah, but the main important thing, as provided Elio can keep them a little bit scared, is even though Pun didn't die. Oh wait, no, he has teleport. It's all over.
Yado's dead.
Well, Cardi heard me talking crap, and I guess he heard it. Yeah. Didn't think that he would hear it, but he did. And, well, he's killed Yado to prove it, and just Drakthar stuck on the tower a little bit too long. Artemis did not want to take it. None of them really wanted to take tower, and just really badly juggled, and it just...
What if he used an ability?
I'm fairly sure he used the,
he did not.
He didn't use the W, which he probably should have.
Yeah. And that was just Yado getting caught trying to clear a wave, and Cardi with that killer instinct.
Yado just taking all the damage, and just not going well for him at all. So lane assignments are still trying to be worked out for the side of GAM right now. Cerberus are still committing Artemis to this top side. Not bringing the Jinx there to match it means that first brick is definitely going the way of Cerberus. So GAM have sort of fumbled it right on back to the side of Cerberus. In this regard, they've just poor lane assignments and just haven't been able to really press onto the towers, couldn't capitalize and break open that first brick bot side. Now Otto's...
I don't think they can catch Kiaya. They've got a lot of damage. There's the hostile takeover, and Levi now joining the party. I don't think he really wants to be here, but with a fear, he will manage to escape.
Neat little interaction there with the instant ward drop when the hostile takeover hits Kiaya, so he spends his anger and extra attack speed beating up a ward rather than trying to kill Artemis. Yep. So that's nice. So they've got this all worked. They've got all this worked out very well. Nice to see. And missed the handshake, but had enough to keep him locked in place to take him down. And just Kiaya altering. And again, they just left him pretty much not on his own. They've kept Elio up there with him a little bit, but they've not giving him a good position to succeed, leaving him up against this Aphelios, and it's going to be... The pressure will be traded onto gold onto Carti and another dragon, but I don't feel like GAM are playing this out anywhere near as well as they should be able to, or could be doing so. Now, maybe if they can convert this onto a pick onto Yado, Elio and Levi, I think, need to link up a little bit better and maybe try and utilize some of their great pick potential to just try and get something done.
I do think getting stats onto the Victor of that passive is pretty good. He's already got 2 kills. He's got an assist. He's got 170 farm. So he's not too far away from the Glorious Evolution to be complete, which is always good to see.
But I mean, yeah, he got that kind of in that scuffle around that first Rift Herald, and then a solo kill on his own. It wasn't really necessarily GAM setting him up for those. He just sort of kind of got them out of circumstance. And in the end, and in terms of actual active or passive, even sort of lack of decision making, they've kind of left Kiaya out, but they might change that now.
I mean, I think Yado's the one that's been left out. Tries to knock Levi away, but the Spell Shield will put that to bed, and Kiaya will get himself a kill.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need. They needed to get this Aatrox rolling once again, and they're going to suffer a little bit in the mid lane. So Cardi's going to come up here and try and provide as much wave clear as possible. In comes the Ornhorn.
Yeah, but look at the damage coming out of that Victor on the other side. Just one shots the Renata. Pun on the run as well. Incredibly low. Drakthar just trying to flash, but it's not going to happen. Artemis going low as well. Does manage to get 1 kill, does Drakthar, but it's a 3-for-1.
It's a 3-for-1. Yeah, just not respecting the tower, really. And Levi's just split pushing the entire time. So it's all coming up GAM, and we're going to just see once again, just fumbles, mistakes, good setups, just overstepping and poor positioning from Rono B really instantly turned it right back around. Maybe Levi can steal this blue buff if he can. That's going to do him a little bit of favor. Will be able to as Yado flubs the D over the wall. Yeah, well, there you go. His Wolves, he got those. Those aren't going anywhere.
Yep. But, I mean, this is sort of what we said in draft, where we weren't super crash hot on the GAM composition, but the execution has just been better. And let's look at how this all played out.
So this is pretty simple. The flash was a little bit unnecessary because the spell shield kind of undid the wall itself. But here, I'm fairly sure Ronupi just steps up a bit too far and gets just hooked, and the tower just does so much and completely blows him up. And then, yeah, Carti is a little bit of a menace right now. Good flash from Style to just jump over that first Cyclone, absolutely, to lock down that kill, and then that leaves poor Drakthar on the wrong side of the tracks, and he just gets taken out for that third kill. It's actually just a miracle Artemis survived as well, because he was on next to nothing.
Artemis scalping away. Paranoia comes in. Levi's going to get himself that kill. The bailout does nothing. Style actually picked up both kills there. My mistake. And it looks like GAM has now hit their stride, and they're just cutting Cerberus to pieces.
Cardi wants to put himself back towards the top of the list of mid laners, and he's starting off by shutting Yardo out of this game, just taking him out on the side. And Pun's gonna try for something. They have a lot of burst.
They do, but I don't know if they're actually going to be able to make it happen. Style will go down, but now they have an angry Levi to deal with. Drakthar extremely low. He will manage to get that second kill. Can he get another W off? That might actually get him out of dodge. No, Kiaya brings the sword down.
Look, 2 for 1 overall. That's actually fantastic. And you get a shutdown onto the Style. This Wukong is coming on as a menace, doing a lot of work, and slowly, Pun is getting up there, building up these items. Already has upgraded his Frostfire Gauntlet. Can he get gold? Unfortunately,
Cardi heard us talking shit.
Yeah. Whoops. Sorry.
How bad, guys?
I didn't mean to anger Cardi like this. Hug has been sending him screen clips. Just pop Artemis right now. He's 4 kills. This, I believe, is his 5th, and yeah, he's got a few items under his belt already. So he's got his Shadow Flame, he's got his Leandries. That man does a lot of burst and is not insignificant damage over time. So he's doing all right. Gonna pick up this third Drake. It's going to be an Ocean Soul point all together, uncontested. So 5 minutes until perhaps a next big fight comes out and gets forced, unless GAM gets the eyes at Baron. They have decent damage towards it, but it is a very big risk to go for that up against what Cerberus is bringing to the table. So might not do that until they've actually cleaned up a team fight proper.
Yeah, the other thing as well is that ornaments are not coming out yet. Still only level 13 on Pun, so he's got one for himself, but has not been able to hand one off to Artemis quite yet. Presumably that's who he'll give it to. But overall, I feel like Cerberus had a good early game, but have really just not been able to get anything going in the mid game. And now, I mean, you say it was dangerous, but do you really think GAM cares?
It's dangerous if they actually bother to show up, which they are not quite doing quite yet, and GAM are going to back off instantly.
There's the knockups. There's the ultimate whipping across some huge hostile takeover. Will actually get them the first kill, but it's answered back immediately onto Drakthar. Pun needs to get onto Style. He doesn't. The Jinx is allowed to continue to exist. Artemis desperately trying to get the bailout, but can't. Yano over the wall, straight into the arms of Levi. They actually trade back and forth. It's now a 2v2, but Kiaya has full HP.
How is he still alive? Style
dances with death.
He didn't even build a death dance. That's not allowed. If he built a death dance, he probably would have died to the burn afterwards. But here we go. It looks like, as I said, it can be dangerous. And you see the wombo, the ults. It looks fantastic. But this stopwatch keeps him alive long enough. And Pun just cannot, for the life of him, land anything. And then on the other side, Kiaya just getting massive knockups across the board.
Both of them only survived due to stopwatches.
Yeah, stopwatches, just fantastic item. It's the best item in the game. So, yeah, look, it's really good. Great use of it both from Cardi and Style. Cardi to deny that bailout reset. Style to just not die. And yeah, look, huge turnaround fight, huge win from what looks like a very fantastic start from Cerberus.
Yeah, and now it's so worrying. They landed such a good engage, such a good start to the fight, and still couldn't win it. Now, of course, next time the stopwatches won't be there. At least Styles won't be. So if that exact thing happens again, Style does die. But I mean, Cardi can still go gold, and you need to have Artemis positioning better. He's 1-4. Definitely not one of his best games. He needs to be playing it safer, and it's sitting at much, much longer range.
Unfortunately for him, he is a Phelios, and he doesn't have the biggest range, and he has to walk into deal damage against the Aatrox and the Victor. So if he wants to deal damage, unless he has that green Calibrum, he's not gonna be able to do that from safety. He has to get in real close, and I believe that fight he had the white guns as well, so he really wanted to maximize his damage and get into that melee range. Round 2.
Yeah, we're going again. We have all the ultimates up. Can they get in? Oh, they start it with a hook onto Drakthar. He can barely participate in this fight. He's going to do what he can anyway. It was actually just the decoy. I tell a lie. As Levi taken down to half. Pun on the front line. Has to dash out, but can't. Get stopped in his tracks. Pun in so much trouble. Very low. The Renata E will do a lot. Drakthar still lurking around. GAM so low. Yado, if he can get in there with a big scoop. Ron on the side, but I don't think he can find anything. He just gets one shot by anyone. Tower will go down. So Cerberus do win this exchange.
Yeah, keeps them out of mid. Lets Artemis break that tower. There was a bounty on it as well. Now, in a minute, we're going to see it again on the other side of the map. See if the different positioning works out a little bit better for GAM, having the safer approach. Maybe they can get that nicer turn onto Cerberus or something. But it's going to be these fights are going to be so close, and like GAM are trying to bait Cerberus in it because they really want to fight them. That's what the comp is designed to do. But unfortunately, by being the baiters, they leave them stuck in a pretty dangerous position, especially on Baron, where they don't have easy exit towards their side of the map. And it means that the wombo potential of Cerberus increases immensely, and it's just making these team fights so hard to navigate despite their gold lead. Now Dragon is the key, and this should end up favoring GAM a little bit more just on the basis of terrain.
Well, we'll have to see what will happen as Kiaya has gone on a bit of a flank, spotted out by that remaining blue ward, but still, it is a big choke point coming in. Onto Elio they go, but Drathar just gets immediately one shot, and Levi is single-handedly destroying the backline. The Renata ultimate was having to use on him and him alone. Aphelios ult comes down, but they can't even finish him off. Oh no, Cerberus are just getting absolutely put in the trap. GAM, that's a triple kill for Style. They'll chase over onto Rono P as well, and that has to just be the end of this game.
Or less, it's probably not going to be lights out, but it's going to be.
Yeah, they're not gonna finish the game, but I feel like it is game over.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's Ocean Soul, it's Baron. It's just going to be the finishing touches required, and it's going to take a fumble on the Elder Drake probably to be what tips it back and lets Cerberus win. And maybe that's a bit 5 minutes away. So that's your time. That's your time again. You have 5 minutes to clean it out nicely, or then we're gonna have to start having questions.
Yeah,
They're not hard questions. They might not necessarily be hard, but there will be questions.
It's true. And once again, Elio landing a hook to start a fight. He's actually been quietly fantastic on this Nautilus.
Yeah, it was onto Pun, but it didn't really matter because the fact they were able to just delete Drakthar instantly, it meant that you could see that the front line, despite having a full dedicated tank, wasn't able to hold up as long as the two bruises of Levi and Kiaya. And that just feels really bad when your front line just cannot stand up to and match what the other team is putting out, who are putting out way more damage and somehow surviving longer. So it just falls apart, feels really rough. They even donate another kill over to Carty, not that he needs it, at 9 kills already. So, yeah, look, it's going to be rough for Cerberus. They have decent wave clear, so sieges aren't going to be, cut and dry. Towers are still going to have to be fought for a little bit, despite the Baron. But, yeah, I imagine probably going to concede a lot of the towers outside the base and just try and keep everything within intact.
Yeah, I mean, that's their best hope. They can just try and desperately turtle until Yado and Artemis become relevant, but if they're trying to turtle, GAM has a big hammer and they're very hungry for some soup.
Yeah. Man. Poor turtles.
Yeah, well, they deserve it.
It's so sad. The whole tale of the turtles, especially the Galapagos turtles, are just.
What, are we just going down this road?
I mean, there's not much to talk about. They're sieging, fantastic. It's great.
Okay, fine. Tell us about the turtles.
It took so damn long to get a scientific name and record of the Galapagos turtles because they kept eating them on the voyage back because they tasted so damn good.
It's true. Did you know they also stored them just by stacking them upside down?
Yeah,
because they couldn't turn over.
But anyway, I love turtles. They tasty.
Anyway,
I've never had one.
Anyway,
I'm not allowed to eat them anymore.
This is turtle English, but no, we are going to get back into the game as the siege does continue. They've pushed in all 3 waves, and Cerberus really has to pick their battles here, but none of them are good.
We're getting back into the game. Cerberus are definitely not. Though if they faff around under tower for a bit long and do GAM, it might give the option.
Well, they're going to try and get something done. They've caught onto Elio, but the stopwatch is good. Drakthar finding a Cyclone onto the backside. Finally, they killed that support, but it's going to be traded for their Wukong. Levi going low, has the Guardian Angel. Rono P throws out that hostile takeover, but it doesn't matter when Style is going absolutely massive. Picks up a triple. No, it's stolen away. No Pentas here today, but it is going to be GAM taking the base, taking the inhibitor, and taking themselves a 1-0 lead in this series.
Kiaya donating the kill to Cardi earlier just to steal the one that might have been a bit more exciting from Style. What a scumbag. Anyway, yeah, it was kind of over about 3 minutes ago, actually looking at that timer. I don't know. Either way, they beat the clock we set for them. Fantastic work. GAM looking a lot more like they used to.
Yeah, I think the early game was a little bit iffy, and I'm still not completely sold on that draft, but once they hit their stride, yeah, that's the GAM we're used to.
Yeah, definitely struggled a lot more in the laning phase. Kiaya, I mean, I think Kiaya was done a little bit dirty by their lane assignments, and that is something that definitely should be cleaned up. But overall, once team fights hit, they looked calm, cool, collected, and so I would not be surprised to just see more team fight comps coming out from these guys.
And we will be back in about 5 minutes for more Turtle Time. We'll see you then.
In the brooding silence, by the light of the moon, running through yesterday's gone wrong. Plant a seed of violence, it's the same old tune. Lay out the ravages of love, and it cuts so deep that the fool in you is me, but it pays to see the unholy cast a disharmony. Bittersweet revelations, let the mirror come alive. Glorified sensation, your name in the headlines. Whoa, revelations, salvation is poison we mystify. It's love with a black eye and no alibi, no illusion to save you this time. You are asylum to my solitude, playing charades all along. You are a siren where I lay marooned. Here I thought nothing could go wrong, and it cut so deep that the fool in you is me, but it pays to see the unholy cast a disharmony. Bittersweet revelations, let the mirror come alive. Glorified sensation, your name in the headlines. Whoa, revelations, salvation is poison we mystify. It's love with a black eye and no alibi, no illusion to save you this time. Well, this is my life story, my fingers to the bone. I'm running after glory. Oh yeah, I should have known. Should have known. Yeah, I should know by now. was 7:47, we were on our way to heaven in a race car to the stars. With the city ablaze and lights embracing us. We never thought to worry, cause we only thought of glory, and we trusted our lucky stars. So we never thought mere seconds would betray us. Though we saw true in the bright youth, ghost of light come shining through. In the dawn blue, in a breath they flew. Singing all the songs of yesterday, treading on sacred ground again, like a single errand ray, showing us the wounds we both sustained, and our sacred pain, too silent for the sounds of yesterday. Nothing I do, nothing I say will ever turn the rising tide. In the vein of fever dreams, it seems to ride us. We never said we're sorry, and the pattern of the story, one more death by friendly fire. All our pain are missing out on that fire.
Welcome back, everybody. GAM take a dominant game 1, but we are here to bring you game 2. Marby, what are your impressions after that one? What can Cerberus do to patch the holes?
Don't die so often in
Okay, noted. Don't die. Good.
Don't die forehead. Look, I don't know. They fumbled a little bit. I think a little bit more aggression, a little bit more willingness to try and push and actually go for these objectives. They lost that. They didn't even lose the fight. It was a 2-for-2. Around that first Rift Herald, they took that fight, and then they just sort of backed right up and went, no, we don't want anything to do with this. And they just lost so much control over the map that Levi was able to get a pretty nice lead, influence his lanes well enough. And even though they fumbled that lane assignment a little bit and gave Cerberus some of that gold back in terms of first tower break and such, they built up such a good lead and then just out-executed team fights. So a little bit of play better, a little bit of be more willing to actually contest and fight for objectives, and don't give away leads.
So, fun fact, as draft begins, we're about to head into the 50th game of the split. It's week 3. We have had a very close split. Just wanted to put that out there. This is the 50th game of the split. Let's see if we will go to the 51st tonight, or if we will be capping it off at the clean half century. As the ban's coming in, Renata will be removed, so something has to change for Cerberus already.
Yeah, and I mean that's a completely reasonable ban, regardless. Even though like Ronnie P didn't necessarily have the best performance, it's just so damn strong. And taking away the Nocturne, they really felt that was a big part of their undoing. I don't necessarily think it was in and of itself. Perhaps that ability to access that first gank was the only really thing that really screamed out, this is the power of the Nocturne. But yeah, I feel it could be replaced with any other sort of farming jungler and do just as well. So, but Cerberus doing what they want, wanting to take that off the board, and now GAM have first pick priority. What are they like to go towards? If it's just, are we just going to see more Jinx Ophelia sort of knocked back and forth? That seems to be sort of the pattern for today, at least.
We'll have to see. I mean, I feel like first picking your AD carry doesn't do a huge amount, just because you're always happy. Like, it doesn't matter which side of the Jinx Ophelios you take. They're actually just going to take the Gnar. Does Yado play the Sylas, is the question. Is he confident?
As in the past, I'm fairly sure.
But he just got completely obliterated by Cardi, so he might genuinely be like not confident enough.
It might be, but there aren't really good Gnar counters either, so that's why this is such a strong first pick. Sure, if the opposing mid laner can play Silas, that is a really strong pick and it's a soft counter because it's not exactly laning against it. And this would be interesting if they went for this double lock-in because
Very flexible.
it can go either way. Realistically, it's much more likely to be the Sejuani top because her clear is not necessarily the fastest right now.
I mean, where is Senna?
Yeah, I don't know. The center priority has dropped off a cliff for no real reason. We're just going back to Jinx Aphelios. They got sick of playing slow. They just want to pretend the durability patch never happened and keep going back to Jinx Nautilus.
I feel like if they want Aphelios, they have to pick it here, or it 100% gets banned.
You would think it. I don't know. Ari is going to be the lock-in. Okay, so topside set for Cerberus, unless we're going to see some shenanigans. I think Aphelios ban makes sense. I would also like to see a Senna ban, just so you can't do any more flexible shenanigans with the Sejuani and the Wukong. That said, note that Ignite indicates to me that it will be a Sejuani top if these are top
Stroke.
jungle.
Well, I mean, Wukong also does
Not
take
really.
that top. Sometimes he does. He has
Really?
a pseudo.
I have not seen it personally, but I would.
Anyway.
he definitely could.
I agree with you that it's probably Sejuani top, so it doesn't matter. As Kent will be banned out as well, just trying to take away more beef from Cerberus. Cerberus, I feel like they must have like a weird ADC in mind. Because Aphelios has to get banned. Maybe they bring out the Twitch. It is Artemis.
It is Artemis. This is his first. Last game was his first repeat AD carry on the Aphelios, so he could reach deep. He could go for you could go for maybe a Twitch Yumi type sort of thing. You could go for. Well, Xayah is off the board. I mean, Aphelios. I think they're kind of wanting him to push him to pick Aphelios because they just like this. It's not something to worry about. The cow returns for Ron OP.
They have to have it has to be a crazy pick 5, right? When do you ever R5 an ADC? If they pick Aphelios R5, I'm gonna be mad.
Yeah, I feel like I mean it's probably not the Cogmore looking at alongside the Alistar. So maybe something like the Twitch, maybe the Yes, this is what we want to see. The Lilia, of course.
This is such a good draft from us.
I said it straight up last game. Yeah, look, sure, Nocturne's fine, but Lilia's a better farming jungler. I don't necessarily agree with Samira.
I don't think Samira is playable into this comp. Okay.
Is that a Alright. Is this a client error resetting the draft, or are we just jumping to that early and that's actually being locked in? I think it's a caster error. It's a client error.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll find out soon enough. But I feel like Samira is almost unplayable into that comp. It's not just because I don't think Samira is a good champion. I think she's fine, but into Lilia and Swain, it just feels like you get CC'd. You just die.
I don't think the Lilia is necessarily the issue, but Swain definitely not fantastic.
I just feel like, I just jumping onto a Swain just feels really gross.
Yeah, I would have much rather seen either a Twitch so you can sort of stay right the hell away and rain on from below, or go for that lane dominance of something like the Tristana, perhaps go for those 2v2 kills and
a Caitlyn, even something like that.
Not with the Alistar.
Yeah, don't go Alistar.
That does deny that, but at
or
least
even
in my eyes,
like this is kind of crazy to say. Even just go the Aphelios.
Yeah, like Aphelios would have been fine. It would have been feels bad in terms of draft resource, but yeah, it would have worked out fine. I'm always so. I never feel comfortable with Samira. I just don't think she's very good. I feel. Hell, I almost would have rather seen a Draven. Again, it's not that great alongside the Alistar, but Draven's fairly good right now. Yeah,
look, we'll have to see. Like, in the end, that Samira didn't get locked in. There is something wrong with the client. So hopefully we find out soon enough. Maybe GAM had a mispick. I don't think so. I think that everything looked fairly normal. There's a cat. But yeah, we'll find out. The Samira is very suspect. You know, it's definitely got hard carry potential, and if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Artemis.
So I'm gonna have to. I guess considering the rest of the composition, what were they having? They had Sejuani. They had Sejuani, Wukong. I forgot what their mid lane was already. Ari, Alice. That does not seem like a composition that a Samira really belongs to. Like, it's okay into burst, but it just feels like it feels like you want that big hyper carry almost with that much frontline and setup. It's a big question mark. So I guess we'll put that aside for now because it's unconfirmed. And talk about GAM. Very strong picks across the board. Pretty comfortable in the meta. Pretty decent sort of front to back fighting. A lot harder to execute. A lot less straightforward than their comp in game 1. But great setup. A fantastic jungle pick that should be able to outpace the Wukong very quickly. And yeah, you get those great easy tiers of that team fight where you're gonna have the Jinx on the back line with that, I've forgotten the support that they had alongside it. Right, the Nautilus. You're gonna have Jinx. Probably Nautilus might play a little bit more appeal. If not, it's going to be engaging alongside the Swain and try and be all up in the front line. Na will probably be there too. Then you're gonna have Lilia sort of ducking between these two sides, trying to get as much damage down as possible while not being in any danger. So much more burden of execution than in game 1, but still very much, in my eyes, the same sort of style of group up and try and run down the team fights.
I also just think Swain is kind of broken in this league. The team fights are so we have one trick. You know, we just go in. We go one direction. It's a one-way ticket, and Swain loves that. We're back in draft. So, all good. You are saved from us just rambling forever. And it looks like it's just a draft redo.
Yeah, just gonna see where it all comes together. It's going to probably look very much the same. We're just really waiting for that last pick to appear. Bands will come through. It's going to... And... It's just waiting for them all to put in their numbers.
Yep, just going on through. Yeah, I assume it was just a client error, someone crashed or whatever. So I don't think anything will change. I think the only thing is, do they lock that Samira in? That wasn't locked in when there was the issue. I think they will lock it in though. It seems like they were setting up an R5 pick. Samira makes sense as an R5 pick, even if I don't necessarily think she's very good in this situation. But let's just let it play out and see how they go.
Suppose in the favor of the Samira, yeah, they're just locking that in there.
So they're just picking their own champions, and GAM has decided to go draft order.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. Whatever, it works out. I feel like on this point, you should just like drop into a blind pick and just get us in.
I think it's for APIs and stuff. I think GAM actually did the right thing. I think that probably really hurts like some of the stat tracking sites, what Cerberus did, but whatever, they can deal with it. We do have our full drafts, and the Samira is now confirmed, 100%. We were 99% sure, but we had to get that last one. I want to actually just move away from that because we have talked about it quite a lot. What do you think about this top lane matchup? Because I'm not convinced by top lane Sejuani.
So I think top lane Sejuani is fine. You just have to actually be somewhat aggressive with it. You can't just sort of... It's not like a normal tank where you're just sort of sitting back and just doing nothing. You actually need to go in and utilize those trades and the frostbite. So Plus, in the VCS at least, it's not as prevalent in other regions. They will not build any other boots than CDR here, at least from what I've seen. Granted, it hasn't been much. And CDR boots, while in theory fantastic, they let you get bullied around real hard, especially against like Gnar and Gangplank. And it's just like, just buy those plated seal caps. You survive a lot better, and you get to come in and be a Sejuani in a team fight, which is pretty fun, pretty good actually.
Yeah, it's true.
You need to work around your passive, which is up a lot more frequently, to just trade efficiently into these picks, especially like Mini Gnar. You can just jump on top of him, overload your passive, and it pairs really nicely with the Wukong. So if you ever want to play up into that top side and punish the Gnar, should be quite easy.
Well, on to the Rift once more to see if GAM can lock out a 2-0 and really show us that they have patched the holes of the leaky ship that has been their split so far. Has Hanke cracked the whip enough? Has he stolen enough strats from our Discord? Let's find out. We're on the Rift.
I'm gonna have to find out if Kiaya... So our first real introduction to Sejuani top this split was actually Kiaya's attempt at it, where he got mauled by Enper on Gnar. And so now this time he gets to play the reverse matchup. Let's see if he can sort of do the same sort of thing, or if it's just Kiaya cannot play Sejuani. Pun, much more known as a tank player, so should possibly feel a little bit more comfortable on this pick, and we're gonna have to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, it is going to be desync starts for the junglers, just something to keep in mind. Cerberus clearing top to bottom. GAM, of course, the other way around. Looks like they actually hid that as a bit as well. Because Levi is soloing out his red buff. Oh, your way, if you're in the chat, I know this hurts you to watch. Red buff, the most annoying thing in the game to take as Lilia, but he does manage to get through it.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he went for the red buff leashless instead of just going for the Raptors level 1, get clean those out of the way. That's something Lilia is one of the few junglers that is blessed to be able to do that with really easily. So going to just instead go for that sort of full clear path where he's going to take the Krug second, make his way up, and yeah, he's going to definitely pretty much. He's going to seem a little bit behind, but that was a Krug skip from the Wukong.
Hook land was just going to be poke, but still, that does give them lane control. Good stuff from Elio. He's had a bit of a heat-seeking hook today.
Yeah, it's Elio. He's realized Leona, not really for me. Nautilus, that's where it's at really, and Cardi is right back to it.
Yep, Yano extremely low, but unfortunately, the last little bit of damage from Cardi, not able to land, but still he is flexing his muscles, showing off this Swain.
Ghost and Flash blown, so not the end of the world thanks to that spell book, but yeah, that's gonna hurt him a little bit more as
sticky by Yado.
Yado he's going to fake the back, come in, get a good reset, and then yeah, that probably saves him the teleport, so he doesn't have to blow that instantly, especially with Drakthar assisting him in. But now Pun might be in a bit of trouble. It's not really diveable right now.
Actually, well played there. I think he could tell that there was dive possibility, but just cleared the wave, chunked out Kiaya. So he should now be fairly safe, except the Mega Gnar will be coming in on the next wave. But I don't think they can do this dive. I think Levi will just back off.
Yeah, and that doesn't look like a dive's going to come in. Just going to take that camp pretty much away from Drakthar and get a nice small lead for Levi as it goes in. But if they catch it correctly, yeah, Kiaya, he's gonna be able to get away fairly safely. But overall, just top lane going fairly even. Pun doing okay. Just wants to keep the threat, keep the pressure. Deny a little bit of experience while Kiaya is still a little bit concerned about Drakthar's presence. But
Another hook lands from Elio. This is going to set up first blood. Ron OP incredibly low. Flash forward now from Style.
No
They're gonna turn
way!
it around. Artemis on the Samira. Doing so much. Elio getting chunked out. He's going to go forward under the tower. Wants that kill. Gets it. It's a double kill for Artemis. He flashes away. And oh boy, we see why there's an R5 Samira.
That's not okay. All right. That was so well played. I have no idea how he managed to pull that off. Jesus. Absolutely styled on style, but insane. And that's going to race him towards that shield, but race him towards a point where, yeah, now he can do that even more recklessly because he's going to have the life steal. He's going to have that shield. And we don't even get to see the most impressive part. We're just going to see him dash in, get the flash, and then use that reset to utilize Levi as the exit. But really, the impressive thing was using that blade wall to just make sure that Style couldn't actually land those final shots.
On a minute. Levi coming in onto Yado, flashes forward. Watch out, Eep comes in. The charm was there, but Yado, no flash to get over the wall. He will go down. Garman's back.
Cardi has to be a little bit careful because Drakthar, he's just going to walk it.
Cardi's going to live as Elio comes in for the save. Ron OP moving forward. Drakthar now turning around onto Levi. Levi, you're not tanky enough to do this. He just goes down for free.
Yeah, they didn't take into account Artemis. If it was just Ron and Levi versus Drakthar, it's probably fine. But with Artemis in position, Drakthar gets to walk away, and Levi goes down instead. He's got to be traded for one plate on the bot side. That's a huge win for Cerberus. They are clapping very hard, and this Samira is getting a little snowbally right now.
Very, very true. Yado as well was able to get to the bot lane in order to catch that massive wave. Needs to be careful with Elio coming in around the side. He has Spirit Rush, so he just has to dodge the hook. And, well, we'll say that was a dodge.
Yeah, look, Elio kind of falling for the old, I think this player is smart. I am going to do the old prediction. And, no, just walk straight ahead.
Oh, there's a ward stopping them out at the moment. I think that ward will put off any dive, but Ron OP positioned extremely aggressively. We'll be able to walk out of it now with Yado returning to the mid lane. Artemis, though, is just such a massive threat at this point. And let's have a look at this mid lane play.
Just the all-in onto Yado is very nice and clean. Cardi sticks around a little bit too long and does not respect Drakthar, but it is just a nice hook that can keep him there in time. But it's just the fact that Artemis shows up as well, and Levi, he walks in, gets a real nice spare with that bowling ball, and just ends up, just walking into his death, and he tries to walk into three people that can just turn
I actually feel like Levi's actually made two pretty major mistakes on this Lilia so far. Like, he shouldn't have walked in that mid lane play, and in the bot lane play, Artemis was actually just dead if Levi doesn't walk in. He was only able to get out of turret range because he could dash to Levi. If Levi had just not walked in, he would have died.
That first one is a little bit more forgivable because you're just kind of not really thinking about it.
What happened in top lane?
Judging by earlier visions, I think Kiaya ends up dying.
Well, we will never know, as Yado has been caught out. There's the Spirit Rush, gets over the wall as the Lilting Lullaby goes off. Drakthar coming in to help him out as well. The damage in onto Levi, and he goes down again. Party has the Demonic Ascension as Drakthar moving forward onto him. Good flash away. Cerberus are just dismantling them.
I'm just so confused by the decision making from GAM. Like, that Demonic Embrace could have been popped way sooner. You probably end up cleaning Yado up, but then no, Levi gets left to chase it alone, and Drakthar is in position to punish, and then Cardi walks in and pops the Demonic Ascension. I just really poor decision making, really poor timing, and bad coordination coming out from this mid jungle.
And one day, frankly, what happened in top lane? Because we haven't had the scoreboard for a while either, so I don't know who died.
Yeah,
we get another go.
So, what we're going to see is this is why people have been picking the Sidrani. she can do things like that if you actually know how to play her. This is not looking good for Kiaya, who is losing both sides of this matchup, as across multiple games, admittedly, but multiple series rather. And just so we are seeing the power of the Sejuani. She can trade, and she has been doing so very effectively. Just landing these W's, landing the Qs, and then getting the big Frostbite procs.
Oh no, not again. Kiaya flashes away from the ultimate, but Pun is just manhandling this matchup.
Yeah, now Pun's in a little bit of an issue where he's spent all his cooldowns and has to walk away, but...
Hang on a minute, we go down to the bot lane where Artemis has that big Inferno trigger, trying to get the last bit of damage in. Style is alive, Elio is not. And another kill added to Artemis's tally, and up in the top side, Pun killed Kiaya.
Oh no, it's over. Yeah, look at this.
3 maybe.
You're just losing right across the map. Elio does his absolute best, and it's okay. He does a pretty good job at keeping Artemis down, but Artemis is just too far ahead at this point. If this was an even state, there's a chance GAM turned that around, but no, Artemis is a full shield bow. Sile is sitting on a Noon Quiver, I think. I don't know. Haven't seen the scoreboard for a while.
The scoreboard has been mayor.
But there's just no hope. There's just nothing they can do. Artemis is just so strong right now on the bot lane. Pun is just manhandling Kiara on top side, and this gives Drakthar the free reign to just start taking objectives.
4k gold lead, and let's have a look at how it happened in the top side. I mean, it's going to be pretty obvious. Easy.
Stun. Done.
Just kills him every time Ignite comes up.
Yeah, he's just trading really well. The percent health damage doing a lot of work. Fully built Frostfire Gauntlet, so it's gonna be fantastic. And once that becomes a frozen heart, eventually that Sapphire Crystal, High's Clap is gonna be even weaker than it is now. He's just not gonna be able to put things together. Still going for that Triforce, and it's just
Marby, what has happened to Kiaya?
I don't
The
know.
undisputed best top laner for 3 or 4 splits in a row, just getting absolutely manhandled on both sides of the Sejuani Nah matchup. And look, Pun is no slouch, but Pun is not the God Killer.
No,
If this was Huzmed, it would make sense.
Yeah, I just feel... I don't know, it feels like Kiaya has been... I don't know, I don't understand what it is. I think it feels like he's just like, well, I'm going to kill someone. Now, wait, why haven't they died instantly? Oh, now I'm in the wrong spots, and now I get run down. I just don't know.
The durability patch is really screwed with his muscle memory, it seems.
I don't think it's... I mean, I don't think it's that 100%. It's definitely not that 100%.
Oh, Levi caught out. Lilting Lullaby's used, but it doesn't matter because Drakthar can find the damage and uses the extendo pole to finish him off. Now, coming in from the side is Kiaya and Elio. Rocket contributes some damage, but it just doesn't matter when Elio just gets evaporated. Roto P is missing about 1/5 of his health, and that's it. I mean, just book game 3.
Yeah, Ron didn't even ult. He's fine. He's happy. He can continue doing exactly what he pleases. The cow is back and here to stay. And I guess, now Pun's just gonna walk up, get a Demolish proc. Everything's going fantastic. Everything is coming up the side of Cerberus. And I don't know how they can fumble this in a way that will matter. I don't see it happening really... They're not really showing any signs of it. They're playing so well on this game, and they're just piecing it all together. That's 2 towers down in the pockets of Artemis. Now we get a scoreboard. He's already going to put together that Lord Dominic's Regard. Just finished the Kraken Slayer for Style. It's a whole item ahead, and Carty's going for the... Oh no, you can't do that when your bot lane and top lane are losing that hard. You can't go for the Imperial Mandate when you're the only one that's doing well.
I mean, this is the consistent problem with the VCS. I mean, it's not just localized to the VCS, but this region does have a real problem with it. Is they're not dynamic with their builds. I agree. You can't go Imperial Mandate in this game. You have to try and carry. You can't enable a bot lane that is so far behind and a top laner that essentially doesn't exist. You had to try and put the carry pants on here, Cardi.
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess the plus side is Jinx will be able to pop those on multiple targets very quickly, very easily. But, yeah, at this point, you're looking for that big 5-man lilting lullaby into a Gnar, into a just demonic incension running over
The
it all.
thing
But
is that Artemis can double you the lilting lullaby. It's a projectile.
so many things in this game are bloody projectiles.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it gets blocked by Yasuo Windwall as well. It's a projectile. So even like I said, I think Lilia was good at holding off Samira in the draft, not when she's an item ahead.
I mean, yeah,
I don't feel like you have anything that can stop Samira at this point.
yeah, like your only real. I mean, it was kind of. I was going to say at one point, but that the big point in Artemis's favor is that the only real snap CC that exists is Elio. That's the only thing that can really snap on top of it and knock you out of Inferno Trigger, for example. But yeah, they're so far ahead. The shield bow is going to be so much. You can't burst them down in time. It feels like. And no, this game is going to probably fall apart unless it's on Cerberus to lose this game rather than it is GAM to win it. It feels like, and that's not happening.
Hun coming in, trapping 2 in. This should be 2 easy kills. The style goes down. Elio gets to the wall but gets tagged by a charm regardless. Yado coming over. Kiaya buying some space, actually does really well there to save his support.
Yeah, Yano's flying over a little bit alone and just eats a Gnar to the face, but damage is done. They've killed Style. They've forced Elio right back. They're going to pick up 2 towers in the mid lane most likely. Maybe not. I don't know. The wave is coming in. There seems to be a response. Okay, yeah, they have the wave in tow. They can probably. Oh no.
They just go for Dragon.
I mean, yeah, like that's fair. They don't have a very good siege composition. They don't really have range. They have Yado and Artemis who are very short range in terms of auto attackers, but so siege is definitely an issue that they might run into, but they don't really need to worry about sieging when they can just dive, and they have very good dive in their pockets. 2 tanks to work with, one of which is an Alistar who will just shrug off all the damage. It's gonna take a lot of fancy map movements and rotations for GAM to put things back together.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with what you said earlier. It feels like this is on Cerberus to lose this game. If this result changes, they are so far ahead. They have this 6k gold lead at 17.5 minutes. That's an absolute monster amount of gold. Their composition is no slouch as the game continues going. It would take a miracle for GAM.
Yeah, I mean, if GAM manages to stall out to 6 items, then I would definitely start to favor them again, but there is no chance it gets to there. I mean, the game is just built in a way that it should never reach there, unless something has gone horribly wrong. So, yeah, Cardi's just going to end up doing a whole lot of nothing. A lot of waves are going to be traded back and forth as GAM are going to try and salvage what gold they can, but as they do so, they're going to lose so much more. They've lost a tower in the mid lane. They're going to probably lose this tower in the bot lane as everyone rotates down. Yeah, he's getting some alone time in top, but oh dear, that's a great job.
Lovely. Chunks Levi out. He can't really participate. Unfortunately, Artemis taking the tower actually does proc his shield bow. So in the end, GAM are able to fend that one off. But Yado showing that, we need to talk about him too.
Yeah, looked very flashy. Couldn't follow up, got a flash out of Levi, but that's fine. You did what you sort of came here to do. You crashed a wave, you did a lot of damage, and now you can reset and look towards this. That's a lot of crit, Artemis.
Yeah, that's a gangplank build right there.
I feel like maybe committing towards an actual item would have been maybe a bit better. I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah,
oh boy.
It is a lot of crit, and crit is good. As Kiaya, continuing just to try and clear waves out, has finally finished his Triforce.
Yeah, finally finished his Triforce. Some time to get beaten up for it. Good flash, get away. But yeah, we're just seeing Pun's being a little bit left behind. They're not giving him any resources. They're not letting him have his fun. So he's sitting on these components, trying desperately to put together the Frozen Heart, finish that up, and then move on to the Force of Nature. It's just not coming together quite well. Right now.
He's able to catch a big wave bot, so he'll be okay.
That's why the changes haven't come through yet. Alright, nothing happens. So the changes haven't come through yet for burn mechanics.
No.
So that's why the Imperial Mandate has been built, because Levi's building Leandros.
Of course, that makes a lot of sense. But now the Demonic Ascension is in there. Drakthar with a big Cyclone onto the back line. Zoning style out. And the Sniper Sejuani ult as well. But the first kill has gone over to GAM as they managed to pick one up on their own. And oh my word, look at Artemis. Moves in with an Inferno trigger. Needs to rebuild another one as Levi is golden in the middle of the enemy team. In they go. Artemis surfs on through. And Cerberus take down 4.
Yep, 4-4-1, losing only Drakthar, and this will be the sign to turn straight onto the Baron. They have the damage, they can just cut it down. What's that Potent Nautilus going to do? Huge win, this will break, I mean, it's not break open the game, that's the wrong term. So just sort of smack another nail right into that coffin, and with the Drake coming up in a minute, that will be the sign for Artemis and the rest of Cerberus to sort of look to put the final win condition into place, getting that soul point on the board.
Yeah, they are looking extremely strong, looking extremely dominant. And we can have a look at this fight. I mean, this is ideal for the Swain.
Yeah, it starts off okay, and you get a good Meganar to, chunk out Artemis and keep him occupied for quite a while, but the damage just is not there. Silas gets forced out of fight by Drakthar, and he will pay for it with his life, but it lets Artemis scum down, convert. It means Style can't pick up and clean up this bottom half of the fight, and then, Kiara's not going to win the 1v2 against the bot lane of Cerberus, and just falling apart. That hyper proc is so sad to look at.
Yeah, they just do no damage to Pun. This is actually quite, from a bit of a narrative point of view, it's very appropriate that Levi has just completely fallen apart on Lilia, as this is a 1v2 and they're not winning, as Pun is just absolutely dismantling them. Cardi has died on the other side of the map, as has Star. This is going to be the end of the game. But this is a champion that when Lilia was added, her first season, Levi refused to play her. Just said, no, I hate this champion. I won't play her, even though she was broken at the time. She was 100% pick ban. Pun may finally go down. He does. Levi managed to pick up a kill, but it's in exchange for his base. But Levi never played this champion, and hell, maybe he shouldn't, as this is going to be the equalizer, as they will try and push into the base. They are falling down. Artemis, does he want to get another couple kills to his name? Of course he does, as he picks up a cheeky double kill, and we are going to another game 3.
Oh, that's another one. Just put some more on the list. Just
pad that KDA.
There we go. 50 gold to Drakthar. That's what we want to see. Yeah, Levi definitely made a couple of blunders. The biggest one, of course, being that one around the mid lane. But from there, afterwards, I don't want to put too much blame on him. I don't feel you necessarily can, because everything just fell apart, especially in those side lanes. And yeah, it's a 1-4-2 scoreline, looks real bad, but I could not imagine trying to jungle that sort of game. It's horrible, and hopefully, for the plus side for GAM, most game 3 games aren't going to blow themselves open that early on with insane outplays from Artemis, especially because you're going to be on red side, so Samira is a lot less likely. It's a good look for Cerberus, though. Their players are showing that they can still hang.
Yeah, they absolutely were. And we are going to go for a short little break before we bring you the third and final game of our Friday night. So we'll see you in just about 8 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is VCS English.
was 7:47, we were on our way to heaven in a race car to the stars. With the city ablaze and lights embracing us. We never thought to worry, cause we only thought of glory, and we trusted our lucky stars. So we never thought mere seconds would betray us. Though we saw true in the bright youth, ghost of light come shining through. In the dawn blue, in a breath they flew. Silent are the sounds of yesterday. Treading on sacred ground again, like a single errand ray, showing us the wounds we both sustained and our sacred pain, too silent for the sounds of yesterday. Nothing I do, nothing I say will ever turn the rising tide. In the vein of fever dreams, it seems to ride us. We never said we're sorry, in the pattern of the story, one more death by friendly fire. All our pain of missing out on that final rush. Till we run through before we knew what it was we left behind. Hunting ghost lights all the white nights through. Silent are the sounds of yesterday. I'm treading on sacred ground again, like a single errand ray, showing us the wounds we both sustained and our sacred pain. Too silent for the sounds of yesterday. Hear them softly sigh, the sounds of yesterday. Let them heal our wounds. If I close my eyes, I can see you. Oh, I can see you close enough to touch. A heart lay, dare to dream you. Oh, lest it be too much. What's the moral of the story when I only see us fighting? Energy to the starry Silent are the sounds of yesterday.
Welcome back, everybody. It's game 3. Cerberus have come back strong and absolutely knocked GAM out. They get back up for game 3, of course, and it is myself and Marbinogi to bring you the final game of our Friday night. And Marby, what does GAM do about this one?
Okay, so last game I kind of jokingly said, just don't die, forehead. This time, actually just don't die in lane that many times early on. Artemis absolutely styled on the bot lane in that early double kill. It was just fantastic. It was huge. It was insane. And from there, everything started to fall apart. Pun getting multiple solo kills top side. Kati and Levi just not able to have any impact from that mid jungle duo. It just all falls apart from there. And yeah, just losing your lanes that heavily makes the game so hard to play, especially against a comp that gets so tanky early, gets to snowball so well, like Anari, Samira. And with those three tanky frontliners, you don't have enough damage to clap back and find your way back into the game. So yeah, it's just so hard for GAM because that is actually just play better.
Yeah, I mean, and we know that GAM can play better. They can bounce back from this as the bans come through. Interesting ban strategy by Cerberus, taking out Nocturne and Tom Kench early on. Definitely target banning rather than doing anything meta-wise.
Yeah, they really don't want GAM support to play anything that could potentially disrupt their bot lane dominance from the game 2. And if they're going to if GAM's going to slam a Jinx again for the second game, for the third game, yeah, you've lost a lot of your big protection threats. I don't know how that's going to really work out for you. So I would probably, if I was GAM, just look to not do that. Look to stay away from that. And instead, Ron wants to grab this Nautilus, which, to be fair, Elio has been looking pretty okay on.
Yeah, I mean, he has been, but does that justify a first pick?
It also doesn't show anything, so if you're not really after a big power pick, you're just like, well, we'll take away something you've really been enjoying playing, and it goes in everything. It's the Nautilus. But GAM just committed to this Jinx pick. It's just not working out. It hasn't really been working out for them super well. Hello, Braum.
Okay.
I
think that sort of soft blocks the Ornn.
But I don't really think
Trackbar gets to play 3 games of Wukong.
Yeah, just Wukong is pretty good. It also fits in just about everything. Cerberus showing precisely 0 information of where their composition is going to go so far. Just running out the timer, give themselves a little bit more time to think. Ahri, also very much a jack of all trades pick. Kind of just looking to run back game 2 composition as best they can, I imagine. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If I'm GAM, I probably just look to slam the Lissandra in here. That's not the Lissandra, but it's look, good performance from Kati on it on game 1. Maybe he can have a repeat showing.
It's possible. He did have an absolutely lights out performance on it in game 1, so if he can do that again, GAM will be coasting themselves to a win. Yado, though, getting his Ahri is something I think every team should really just be stopping. He's used it as such a crutch pick. He's looked really weak on non-Ahri champions, and then looked really good on Ahri, so just don't give him the Ahri, would be my suggestion. But hey, let's see if they can deal with it, as Kai'Sa will be banned out. ADC's being removed. Again, they may well just leave the Aphelios up, and you can play Aphelios Nautilus. I don't think the Samira works twice.
Yeah, I mean, they did leave the Aphelios up last time, but yeah, again, that R5 pick is not going to be available for Cerberus, so... And GAM should be able to look for a jungler of some kind that can provide that sort of instant CC that can upset Samira's pop-off potential. I definitely don't think they'll try and run it twice in a row, but yeah, just such strange bans against pretty much anyone else. And honestly, the Misfortune ban is just kind of wild. You have a brawl already. It feels like they want to remove like these AD carries that can easily follow up on pretty fantastic all-in from the side of Nautilus Wukong, but I don't think those were necessarily on the menu regardless. I mean, maybe the Kai'Sa, but definitely not the Misfortune. I don't see that coming in at all, as they're going to go back to the Poppy.
Yeah, that is a good pick. Does shut down quite a lot in the bot lane. Though I still feel like Aphelios is fairly safe. I mean, maybe they're reading that Artemis really doesn't want to play it. Also has the Xayah that was banned out in the last game. But yeah, I feel like Aphelios, it's pretty easy here. Yeah, he just locks it in.
But Aphelios is definitely a matchup you are very comfortable with playing. You've played it all throughout the year. You can just run into that
What do we have here?
matchup happily.
Olaf?
Olaf would be fun. Oh, low-key, I want this. Because I love me some tank v tank. And it's going to be tank v tank. And look, honestly, Hun is going to have such a big advantage in this matchup just because you have the tank that can bully out other tanks extremely well. But we have really strong team fighting comps. It's looking a lot more like game 1, which should favor GAM overall if history is anything to go by, but
I just feel like Cerberus' comp is so much more explosive though. GAM's comp is like, it's slow in the way it executes its team fights. And like, don't get me wrong, if you showed me like an LCK team, like a T1 or something with this comp, I'd be like, oh, that's really good. Because I would trust them to really execute that slow play. But that's not how the VCS works. We love our explosive plays. We just go hard or go home. And I don't feel like GAM's comp wants to do that.
So, in spring at least, GAM I felt were very good at like weathering the early game storms and playing for more of the mid to late game in their compositions and the drafts, and because they knew they could always weather the storms and get to late game and play those out just better than anyone else. That's not necessarily the case this split, but if there was a team that could do the late game thing, historically I would actually say Cerberus, but GAM is close on that list.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think the Poppy is also quite strong. It does deny Pun's entry. Drakthar has to be really careful around it in fights because, of course, the W is a dash.
Yeah, it can upset everybody. It can upset everybody except Aphelios, who doesn't have a dash.
Even stop Gale Force.
Yeah, it can. But yeah, it's just like, it's a very good pick, and if Levi can make it work and play very well, play around defending his lanes and just stopping them from, getting blown out like they did in the game 2, the scaling and potential, and as it gets later and later, the Ahri will start to be a little less effective. The Aphelios will have a little bit harder time navigating fights due to range difference, and that could lead the edge to GAM as it gets later and later.
We will have to find out, of course. There is always a chance that Cardi just does a game 1 again, and then the comps don't matter. Because if a Victor gets about 7 kills by 22 minutes, you can kind of have 4 Teemos behind him, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's pretty much these games have kind of been someone gets a lot of kills, and then the game's made up, but the points don't matter. It's kind of just we're back to the best of 1 because someone got obscenely fed in either game, and now we're going to see who can figure out how to get obscenely fed in this game. And back to tank meta, so of course the tanks are going to give the biggest leashes in the world because they don't actually care about visiting their lanes or doing anything. I love tanks. They're my favorite. Unironically, by the way.
When you play a tank top laner, you give your jungle this like massive, beautiful leash with the full knowledge that he is never coming to your lane to repay you. It's a bit of an abusive.
That man again.
You are, that time that you spend with him in a leash is all of the time you spend with your jungler until there's team fights.
Yeah, this is why I think we need to go back to around Season 4, Season 5, where junglers and top laners really got to bond as they spent so much time wandering the jungle together during the lane swap.
That lane swap meta was so cursed.
I really liked lane swaps in actually like Season 3, Season 4 when they hadn't been solved yet, and it was still a fun every like 3 or 4 games you'd get it coming out so you can activate a weird strategy. Then by Season 5, it's just like, well, every game we know exactly what order we're doing, and it loses its charm a little bit then.
Yeah, thankfully we are, forward to this meta, which is better.
2 tanks for the top lane.
Yeah, 2 tanks in the top lane.
This is what I've been dreaming for so long. I've missed it. The days of Renekton are behind us.
I wouldn't go that far. Players will still bring the croc out every now and then.
Look, 12-13 is definitely the Kia gets to play Renekton again, patch.
But regardless, we do have the junglers meeting up. Oh, how nice of Levi, just breaking the Krug shield for Drakthar.
Yeah, it does not have priority in the lane, using the Scuttle Crab as a little bit of an out. Has that level advantage, so if lanes were going a little bit better, probably could have fought Drakthar pretty happily. Might have struggled a little bit if it extended too far, but would have had nice trades. And now they're looking to the bait. They are trying to bait Drakthar right now. I think no, maybe not. I felt like the obvious thing because they were pushing so aggressively. Not going to connect concussive blows, but yeah, they were pushing so aggressively, letting Levi get this wrap around, and they knew Drakthar was bot side.
Oh, there's a hook going in. They may well get baited as Levi now springs the trap. Ron's got flash to get out, and now with Drakthar joining it, Style having to immediately flash away. Elio jumps to him, but the damage is coming in. There's a Gravitum. Can he actually get it back off cooldown, lock them down? There's first blood. There's a second, and that GAM was atrocious.
Yeah, there's no defending that. What did you do, Levi?
That was horrific.
So it starts off with Rono B getting a good hook. That's why it
waited,
and then look, Levi. The waiting I don't necessarily mind so much. It is to see
he didn't press E.
Yeah, it's just that flash, and then the E didn't cast for some reason. Like if a pause came out and Levi's like, my E didn't bloody work, I'd almost forgive that, because
that was
horrific. That flash E needed to come. If that flash E comes through, that's easy first blood. That's an easy win. And actually, Kia getting the better of this trade, especially because Pun has no mana right now. Pops a biscuit, pops a potion. He's gonna feel a little bit safer, but this is where Kia will have some advantage in the fact that he can build his items in lane. It's a fun champ. I do like him, but it's a little bit unfair when you're like, I'm having a good time. Why does he have a Barmies?
But Pun does get his reset, has TP as well, but Kia are in a much better position this game.
Yeah, actually bullying it around very well, and this is a little adaptation Pun has gone for. He's decided to go for the tier this game. I don't know if he'll necessarily complete it, but has decided to pick that up. Didn't need it against the Gnar. Felt very comfortable in that matchup, of course, but can't quite burst down a Gnar quite as quickly, so needs the extra mana for the extended trades. Makes a lot of sense, and now just needs to put this all together and figure out where they're going, how it's going to go. Going to make an early roam down, but this crab has been taken by Poppy, so can't spend too much time lurking around this river because they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to be in lane though. He is just a Sejuani. He can go have a break. He knows he's going to get pushed in. 3 members of both teams around this bottom lane. The Gravitum's still here for Artemis if they want to go for something, which they do. Throws out the hook. Yardo joins in. Going to be the difference maker as Elio taken down low. Charm will miss, but Elio is going to fall. Can they now get anything onto Style? Yes, they can. And that's another 2 kills over for Cerberus, and GAM are just being absolutely dismantled.
Yep. Levi looking at playing this Poppy like he saw Ona pop the hell off on it, and LCK was like, yes, I can do this too, but it's just in the wrong position. He's just not pushed up far enough to actually defend his team with the ultimate. And very close by Kiaya.
Incredibly close. Moving forward, flashes in, and there's at least one bright spot for GAM.
Yeah, just had it just enough time to get that second cast on the ultimate, and that will secure that top side. I expected this to go a lot more pump fake, but I am being proven heavily wrong. And yeah, so no priority in the mid lane. Ari gets to be here first. Levi, I feel the way to play this is if you can block, just stun Drakthar into a wall, then dip out with your face rush. You can block something with block the Ari Spirit Rush with your Sephir's Presence perhaps, and you can play it in a way that gets them out, but he just sits so far back and does not try and get involved, which doesn't really work for Poppy. I mean, like, you may end up trading yourself, but trading the life of your jungler for the AD carry is worth it, in my opinion. And because right now, Artemis has moved up, you can't contest this Rift Herald, you are just stuck. Can't do a damn thing right now.
Yeah, I mean, stuck is the correct word. And I think GAM might just be caught off guard by how hard they're losing. I don't think GAM is used to this.
I mean, they should be by now. Not exactly winning at the moment, so...
It's true.
I feel just... Yeah, okay, good dash by Drakthar to dip out of that Poppy stun, but the protection is here, and Kiai's just going to be bullied out, and... Okay, so look at the lane assignments from GAM. They've decided, alright, Style needs all the protection he can get, so we're going to stick him in the bot lane.
Yano's here.
Here comes the party train.
Ooh, Ron P throws out a hook. Was a little bit hopeful, so nothing will come of this. Pun should be able to clear the wave against Cardi. Needs to be a little bit careful. Never mind, he wants himself a kill. Throws out all that damage. Has already used the ultimate, and he goes down to the E aftershock. A little bit rough there, Pun.
Yeah, started that off with a little bit too low health, and then just couldn't quite get out of. Hold on.
Artemis has been caught. There's an Ornalt coming in. Levi bearing down on him. This is GAM fighting back well. Severum ult trying to heal him up, but he can't get the wiggly arms going. So Ron P now just trying to find a way out. The hook will do it, but it's a good passage of play for GAM.
Yeah, it's a good start. They get that kill onto Artemis, which is exactly what they want to do. And the tanks of GAM have decided to come together and decided to wear the carries now. We don't need an AD carry. We don't need a Victor. The Victor, admittedly, not doing too bad. He's quietly farming away on the bot side, but
got a kill.
But the tanks, that's where it's at. They're taking matters into their own hands. And this Drake is going into Drakthar's hands. He's pretty happy with that. Hands are still purple with a Rift Herald he gets to use.
He actually needs to take this a little bit quickly. No, Levi stops to get his blue buff, so it's okay. Levi was on the path there, but this should be a dragon going over to Cerberus. A very late dragon. Kind of already makes Dragon Soul win condition not very good, even though we don't know which soul it's going to be yet. Let's have a replay of this top lane play, Marby.
Yeah, just Cat steps a little bit too far forward, and then it's good flash to upset the Glacial Fissure, but the slow is still in place and locks down a very easy Call of the Forge God. Now Levi doesn't have his W to interrupt this, and that just means Ron will get away. But just lots of CC base damages for tanks are definitely enough to pop an AD carry, especially if you're bringing multiple of them. And now, I guess we're just sort of playing, can Kiaya and the boys carry until a point that Carti put it all together?
Oh, Cardi has been caught out, knocked up by the Cyclone. Yano there throws out the orb, and Drakthar will pick himself up the kill. Very nice stuff.
No. The Drakthar says no. Yado confirms that no with a good charm to follow up.
We'll go to VAR. Can we just get a review? No.
No. That's going to be a firm no. It's... Good moves from Drakthar. Finds an opening, finds a option onto Cardi. 3-0, yeah. He's been benefiting a lot.
Can I just bring out, what you were saying in our break, that Drakthar is not good, and this series he has not been good either. He's now 3-0. Is Team Carrick's resplendent once more?
This is a better game from him. Well, look, I'm sorry that my superpower is apparently to make players good by just talking shit on them. So, if eventually, one day, ASE will be the best team in the world, because I cannot stop calling them bad. And, no, it's been a solid play from Drakthar this time. Levi has definitely fumbled a lot and given great opportunities for him. Been set up and has cashed in.
Pun might be in some trouble if Levi was interested, but he's not.
Just wants to take the crab, and
I don't think they'd kill him in time. I actually think that's going to look really silly. Like that play looks really silly from Levi, but I actually think he was correct.
Yeah, I mean, you might have been able to force a flash or something out of that
But you risk dying to Drakthar as he comes in. He's really strong. He's got a Divine Sunrise. I think Levi made the right call there. It looks very silly, though.
Yeah. But yeah, he's the bot lane has been playing fantastically. Drakthar has been in position to capitalize it and convert those kills, and he's been, it's been a good setup from this trio of Cerberus, and the solo lanes, they haven't really been doing too much this game, but they haven't really had to.
Charmed under tower, but the Chaos Storm stopped Yado from converting anything without that Spirit Rush. But this is a Victor that's getting left alone. He is just scaling.
Yeah, slowly scaling. Not going to be able to interrupt the back. Oh, yes, he is going to interrupt the back, and Levi is in position, but Drakthar knows exactly where he is too, and here comes Pun, baby.
Yeah, Pun moving in. Levi can reject him with the Nope Hammer. Just charging it up is enough to stop any play. Well done there by Levi, saving his mid laner.
Yeah, right position, and Cerberus, they definitely wanted to go for the collapse. That's a lazy recall. Gets interrupted. Not going to actually fall down, but yeah. Good interruption from Pun.
Yeah. But, I mean, as badly as the early game went for GAM, it really looked dangerous, but it seems like they've managed to recover fairly well. They have Kiaya up in a lane by himself, farming, most importantly getting solo XP, something that's really important for Ornn, as we all know. They have farm leads in top lane and jungle. I feel like they've made this game a lot more even than the early game should have allowed them to.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, it's actually it's less than 1,000 gold between the teams. It might break out a little bit more with this Rift Herald, depending on how well it gets utilized, but yeah, it's been kept fairly close, and once again, if Kiaya can get these Ornn items down, level up the Kraken Slayer, level up these Frostfires, and start getting some extra gold stats worth of gold in the pockets, that can bring it right back as long as nothing gets broken right open. And second dragon is coming up now. Tower goes
first brick to GAM. First brick to GAM, and Kiaya immediately TP's in.
Yeah, okay, somehow a tower hasn't gone down. It felt so Cerberus controlled. They haven't been able to put it together as Black comes in.
Yeah, and there comes Kiaya moving in with that Call of the Forge God. They're going to absolutely destroy Ron OP. Pun on the run as well. Does land a good stun to stop Levi's charge. But that's going to be GAM winning the fight, and that should get them the dragon as well. Well done.
Yeah, and as long as Kiaya can just sort of play keep away, and Draktar's going to back right off. Yeah. Don't think they used the Rift Herald, which could have.
Oh, they did.
Played it out. They did. That's even worse because it didn't really seem to do much.
I think they did. We'll find out.
And just a win on the board for the side of GAM gets them the gold lead. Not a very big one, admittedly, but dragon gold lead. Tower, they've been doing very well. Yeah, summoned up, and the three on the top side. I guess it just gets a quick crash into the tower and doesn't really do all that much. But yeah, just Drakthar ejected, can't really stick onto the backside. And
it actually didn't charge. He placed it too far back, so it was slowly killing minions. And Style Style realized the fight was over. He didn't need to be there, so he just went and killed the Rift Herald in mid. So a bit of a screw up there by Drakthar.
Drakthar providing the time-honored tradition of Cerberus junglers and just
Screwing up Rift
badly
Herald.
placing the Rift Heralds. So glad to see the traditions are upheld despite the changing in the roster. But now Cerberus gonna have to try and make something back. They kind of fumbled a little bit. This tower is low and ripe for the picking, and they weren't able to find anyone willing to defend it, and probably rightfully so by GAM. They can see it's low.
But they could have traded for mid.
Yeah, and that's way better. They've got to force tower out, so they probably won't get it.
Yeah, I don't think they will. Not with Pun arriving and Drakthar threatening a flank. It is 5v4 here, so Cerberus doesn't actually want to make a play. Good tag there by Elio, just slowing the real Drakthar down.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just so the 4v5, it's going to just be a nice tower taken on the bottom side of the map. Now Levi, he's just trying to keep a mark on Drakthar and Ron OP. He doesn't want to give them the opportunity to try and find anything onto Style.
The helicopter's coming out. Just
Oh,
doesn't let it go in. It's going. The tower will fall. Drakthar dives in the backline. Massive amount of knockouts, but no damage actually converting. He will be the first one to fall. Artemis can't participate in the fight. Has to flash away from the rocket. Yado dashing away. One knocked up in the air. And that's a big fight win for GAM. The damage from Cerberus just isn't there.
Yeah, Drakthar not able to convert, gets popped immediately, and Artemis, I'm not even sure where the damage came from, but it looked like he got half health by the Ornn ultimate. Poppycopter to zone again. Gonna yeet Ron OP to the moon, and
It should get 2 towers for them. Huge swing.
Yeah, that's a huge swing. Brings the gold open to about 2k, 3k.
In GAM's favour.
In GAM's favour, and that's huge. And Ron OP doesn't want to let things lie. He can't find a hook, but they might be able to capitalize on the low health bars and trade out a tower.
This is smart from Cerberus. They just TP Yado in. They catch them on the reset. They're going to be able to get a tower of their own here. Well done there by Cerberus.
It's gonna lessen the blow a little bit, give them access into GAM's jungle as well, so it's not a completely one-sided affair. Now we're going into a very interesting state, and we're just gonna have to see where all this damage comes into Artemis. Must be a stray laser or something, but no,
it's Ornn.
It's just Ornn ultimate plus the glacial fissure layered on top that provides that extra damage, and then has to flash away from the super mega death rocket, and Artemis removed from the fight even though the kill doesn't go through, and then just quick cleanup. Cardi slowly picking it up, 3-1-1, definitely maxed out on his passive by now. He's feeling very happy.
Yeah, this is this Victor is sort of inserting itself into Carti's champion pool, I should say. He's obviously very good at it in the past, but this split, after a very rough start for Carti this series, he's had 2 good games at the very least, both on the Victor.
Two standout games on Victor. One game where everything fell apart around him on the Swain, and not necessarily anything he could do by the point he actually got to interact with the game, other than playing through against Yado, and he's been making a statement. He says, I'm back. I want to get back to the top of the league. Does not want to go down without finally visiting Worlds. He has been denied so often.
Yeah, he has. He is. I think Carti has missed 4 international events?
3 if we... 4. Yeah, 4. Not counting MSI 2020 because that was cancelled altogether.
Yeah, I mean, he still would... okay, sure, everyone missed that, but he still qualified. He has qualified for 4 international events that he has not been able to attend. So it's honestly a tragedy. And we want to see GAM at Worlds. This team deserves it, but not when they're playing as sloppy as they were in Game 2.
So including that one, 5, considering they didn't actually go to MSI, even though they definitely should. They were realistically meant to. SEA Games got in the way. But yes, GAM really would want to go there. Carti hasn't been. even though he absolutely has, Kiaya hasn't been in his designated role as a top
Yeah.
laner.
He went as a mid laner and just played every game. It was great.
Yeah, and yeah, so just these players, they really want to make their presence felt on the international stage. None of them have been except for Levi and Kiaya, and again, we mentioned Kiaya, so God, we want to see them improve. We're starting to see signs of life, starting to see them recover glimpses of what they used to be. And now Cerberus did put them to the test in game 2, and they are still putting them to the test in the early game, but now just the gold lead slowly shrinking back to 1k in the favor of GAM. Not able to find anything to really push that out further.
It's very true. Let's have a look at the items. The Dominix is completed for Artemis, so he should, if he can auto attack, he does a lot of damage.
Yeah, he does. But okay, so we are starting to see Pun. He will be able to get out. He shouldn't. It's not really under that much threat anyway by these tanks. They can't really cut through him.
That's a wet noodle fight.
Not in any way that matters for sure. But we're just going to start to see the small incremental advantages. Like GAM have been playing team fights really well, executing them on them a little bit better than what Cerberus has, and now they control the gold lead. They are getting a little bit of bonuses coming out from the Kiaya Ornn upgrades. That's huge.
Here we go. As Ron P, they come in, they just delete the Victor. This is the killer instinct we love out of Cerberus. As they move on forward, Drakthar going down, Style gets excited, moving forward, Yano moving in, gets the charm to him. They have to kill him though. Flashing forward from Artemis, can they get the last one? Yes, they can! And then the orb comes back through, rips out Braum's soul, and suddenly only 2 members of GAM are left standing. Cerberus come in and bite their throats out.
And just as I'm saying GAM were playing better, Artemis comes, Ron OP comes, Cerberus just comes and shuts me up, because fantastic pick onto Kati, removes him from the fight, and even though Style is able to dish out so much damage, he's not quite able to convert anything beyond that first onto Drakthar, and it's a huge win, 3 for 1. It swings the gold a little bit back in the favor, and then just insane knockup, removed instantly. And the knockaway only gets Ari, which is fine. Ari is so fast, she returns to no time at all. And then fantastic charm, just places out beautifully from Yano. Lands it all, flashes forward, gets the perfect pass through to get both kills on the bot lane, and so cleanly played by this Ari.
Yeah, got to give credit where it's due to Ron OP as well. Came in, realized he hadn't been spotted, and just immediately, as soon as he saw an opening, removes Kati from the fight, which actually gave them the chance they needed. Resetting, though, as we get back onto the map, GAM have obviously regrouped, and they're looking over towards Baron. They've got a level 15 Ornn, which means both of their carries have their ornaments.
Yeah, two big ornaments. I'll hold that thought.
Yep, there's the horn coming through. It's only really going to stop Pun, who throws out the ult to arrest Kati's movement. They are all right at the moment.
They can't quite convert, and have to say, these are 2 really good Ornn upgrades to pick up, the Kraken Slayer in particular, because the upgraded version gives you more true damage because it feeds into its own passive and builds up that stacking, so going to be able to help Style rip through Pun, Ron OP, and Drakthar even faster. But now, all that expended, all that time spent, and the reset comes through and gives Cerberus the opening. They decide not to. They don't feel super confident. They maybe just want to give the false start to try and draw GAM in, but they can check at range.
They can. But this is a very tense game all of a sudden. We have 500 gold separating these teams, which obviously at this point in the game may as well be 0. It's all about execution. The scaling slightly favors GAM, but Aphelios is good enough to make it Cerberus have a chance. And Marby, this is tense.
This is tense. It's a 500 on the board, but realistically, there's probably about
This is Soul Point
2K,
picked up for GAM. They're going to
2K
get this
ahead
thing.
for the side of GAM with these ornaments put together. Now they're going to pick up the Soul Point, and that's a little bit more stats coming together that should really put them into a comfortable position, even though it's not really reflected on the board. Gives them that comfortable lead in stats for sure. But it's just a matter of, can they convert? Can they find anything? They can't quite. This Baron is the only real thing left for them to sort of try and fight around, and it may have been left unguarded a little bit long.
Yep, GAM is starting it up. Cerberus will be able to sniff this one out, but they need to get through the gatekeeper of Elio. Pun leading the way in. GAM will peel off the Baron, let it reset. They catch on to Drakthar. Good use of that clone cyclone. But that's a big ultimate now on cooldown, and GAM just returned to the Baron.
Yeah,
Pun
ultimate
still
down.
here.
Drakthar has to spend some time healing up off the jungle. This could be gone
5,000
down way
health.
quickly.
There it is. That's a good Sejuani ult onto the backside. 1,000 health. And there it is. Taken away by Cardi in the end. The smites weren't quite good enough. Drakthar incredibly low. Pun even lower. And Cerberus are not getting any way into this fight. Drakthar manages to get out. Levi going low. They can't finish him off though. Artemis
Another back.
has the white blue. Yado shifting forward with the Spirit Rush. Drakthar wants to re-engage, and they've got a teleport coming in as well from Pun. This is a disaster here for GAM as they're getting taken down. 2 of them have already fallen. They've got Baron buffs, but it doesn't help here. Levi is Drakthar's next target. Rono P hooking forward, trying to get some distance. Elio puts up the door and will manage to shut it in the face of Cerberus, but they pick up 2 kills. The health bars are low. The towers are falling. And this game continues to balance on the edge of a blade.
It's 20 seconds. This inhibitor is going down for sure. I don't think they can push Frin up against a Baron buff, but that's definitely inhibitor. So Baron taken, but they lose their base. It is broken. And just because they couldn't split the fight, they couldn't decide how to play it out. And in the end, it's Cerberus that sneaks away with a team fight victory. GAM can fight it back and get a little bit, put it back together. They still have Baron buffs to work with and can absolutely utilize the push and siege to great effect. But right now, this is not looking all that together great, especially because, I mean, the waves are just not in a position to capitalize on this. It just feels really bad to work with. And especially if you're going to have to leave Kiaya parked in this top side to deal with super minions. I mean, I guess the real option, I would say, is to push all your team into that top side and hard force that wave so super minions aren't really an issue. But I just, yeah, it's just not going to, it's just going to fall apart. This Baron, I think, is just going to eventually fizzle out, and we're going to look towards that Dragon Soul.
Yeah, and a Mountain Soul goes a long way when you've got this many tank stats on your team.
Oh, for sure. But now it's just sort of seeing, yeah, it's just not quite coming together. They can't really utilize anything to do with it. They wanted the fight, they lost the fight. And I'd love to see a replay because you can just sort of see how it falls apart for GAM, but we're not getting one. Which is why I'm being cagey, because I was expecting one already.
Yeah, I'm hoping we will get one. It was a big enough fight that surely, eventually, we get a...
Actually, because we're just watching waves get pushed, but not even pushed to tower. just pushed.
But, I mean, the big highlight, if we don't get a replay, the big highlight was honestly Pun. He really made that pig work. As he got into the backline really nicely and stopped Style being able to do anything in this match.
Yeah, and just even though he dived really in quite deep, and GAM did turn onto him and almost burst him down, but they split their attention. They didn't try and finish him off, and that did let Pun get away and get that reset TP, which really locked down and ended the fight for GAM. If they cleaned up and just committed onto Pun and picked off that 1 kill, would have given them the exit out quite easily, as they could have kited up north. But split decision means they lose the fight, means we got to the position where Baron is just kind of just lets them play ping pong a little bit longer with these waves. And now with that constant pressure on the top side, GAM's attempt to approach the Soul is going to be very hard indeed, and might almost just be worth giving yourself those 5 minutes and letting Cerberus take it.
Maybe, but I feel like 5 minutes doesn't change a huge amount, really, for either team. It sort of just gives you another chance, as Kiaya is leading the way in. The Dragon has spawned, pulled now by Artemis, but Levi
Aaron Levi.
is there, winds up the helicopter and knocks Drakthar out of there, and into the backside he goes. Artemis is the target, knocked up by the Ornhorn, but they haven't been able to make anything really happen. Roto P coming in from the back. Pun going low. Artemis being found out. He has to kill Levi immediately. He's not going to. Melios will fall. Style will go down on the other side. No ADC.
But so is County.
4v2. They're getting cut down. Kiaya doing everything he can. But the bellows don't blow hard enough. Yardo managing to carry the fight out. Drakthar having an excellent one as well. And Cerberus are pinging the base. They want to end the game. They want to end the series and send GAM to a 2-3 record. Something GAM has not faced in a long, long time. The towers are falling. It is only the captain. It is only Levi left to save them, and he will not be able to do it. Elio comes charging in, merely to watch his Nexus explode, and GAM have lost again. Cerberus have killed the gods.
And with that, it is Cerberus left in sole possession of third. Oh, sorry, not in sole possession of third. They are tied for third with Team Wales. GAM is down to fifth alongside Genius Esports, and this is such a disaster. I mean, even this whole day has been a nightmare for our spring finalists. It's just sitting at fifth and seventh respectively. It's just these teams are falling apart, and it's so hard to watch. And this game was very close indeed, and it was just a bit of a fumble on these last couple of team fights where so much of Cerberus was able to hop onto Style and Carty. They weren't spread out enough, so they were both caught in CC. They were both blown up by AoE, and it just starts to sing when you realize GAM is not looking healthy.
No, they're not. They're simply failing in ways that we haven't seen GAM fail in a long time. We would occasionally see GAM lose games, maybe not matches, but games where they just sort of mis-executed. But what they always had was their lanes. They were the best laners in the league. Kiaya was by far the best top laner. Cardi might not have been the best mid laner, but he was extremely good. And their bot lane was the best. Now they're just simply not. In all of these roles, and I feel like they're struggling to adapt, and I don't know if it comes down to the coaches needing to figure something out. I really don't. I don't know how you handle it, but something's got to change.
Maybe a little bit of complacency has kicked in, and after so many years of dominance, but it feels like that shouldn't even make sense because GAM has lost splits before. They lost pretty much the entirety of 2020. In 2021, they won 1 out of 2 splits. Sure, maybe they weren't taking wins to split as seriously as they may have summer, but
yep. It also there's I also want to give a shout out to Cerberus. I don't want to just focus on GAM, even though it is easy to want to talk about them forever. In that they have their 2 imports. They were super hyped on Leash in particular in this split. It was not the Koreans that won today. It was the full Vietnamese team. Obviously, I know that's sort of a controversial topic in our community, the topic of imports, but I always want to see the full native team succeed. I don't think we need imports. So I'm really happy to see Drakthar and Pun having as much success as they did.
Yeah, happy to see also Ron back on the roster, living up to his pedigree. Had a bit of a rough one over the past split, and was not present at the early stages. Just benched for Huber, and Huber did fine. But it's good to see Ron back to that sort of top 3 support sort of feeling coming out from him.
And with that, if we can just throw the standings up quickly on the screen. Obviously, they won't be updated for this last series. Our producer We were muted. Spoods,
How
tell us when we
far
can talk
back?
again. Okay, so apparently we were muted when the standings came up, but I did ask Marby who she thinks is going to Worlds.
SBTC are my prediction for first, even though they did have that one loss on board against Wales. I think holistically they're a much better team than Secret, who I think have at least one very big weakness in the jungle, and that will drag them down. However, when it gets to who goes in that second seed, that's going to have to be a on-the-day sort of thing. I think most days I would tip Secret, but some days Wales are really, really good.
It's true, and unbelievable that GAM and SGB just don't even really seem to be in the conversation.
I'm
Not at the moment, at
concerned
least.
Buffalo won't reach playoffs because their start has been so abysmal.
Yeah, honestly, they may well end up playing in a relegation tournament after coming top 6 at MSI. Crazy stuff, but even crazier is the rest of the week we've got because we have more banger matches on Saturday and Sunday. But for tonight on this Friday, from myself and Marbinogi, we will be saying good night and we'll see you tomorrow. This is VCS English.